Hello, hello. Hey, Kevin. Happy Monday. Let's get Steam Chat open. Technically, Next Fest is still going on for another hour and a half. I don't really think it means much. I think if someone has not looked at Next Fest and was interested in Next Fest, that the next hour and a half isn't going to make a big difference. Hey, Matt. Next time. There's always next time. Okay, so what are we doing today? Adam is continuing to work on new content for SKELESELLER, which will mean adding adventurers and skills. Next Fest ends at a stream uptime of 1.5 hours today. It was okay. Seems good. Okay, there we go. So next up is to do the tenants. When we added a new one. Let me take a look at this. Today is the 16th. Tenant review. I think I missed last week's. Sustainability. I ended up taking 2 days off last week, Wednesday and Thursday. I think it was really helpful. I'd been working a lot leading up to Next Fest, namely most of Saturday and Sunday. So I think that's what caused me to feel burned out. Also, I don't think SKELESELLER did as well in Next Fest as I would have hoped. So there was a mental component too. In general, I'm not worried. And I'm still going to keep an eye on this. Bricklaying, definitely prioritizing things and tackling what needs to be tackled. So this is going fine. And then the new one, not wasting the opportunity. So am I doing everything I can to make SKELESELLER successful? I want to make sure this isn't counter to sustainability. Can't just work more and burn out to show that I'm not squandering this. Hey, Sick. How's it going? Yeah, so this is the new tenant, and I'm not totally sure what the phrasing is that I want on this, but basically, like, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then Tuesday and Thursday has always kind of been up in the air. At first, it was I'm going to make YouTube videos, and then I dropped that for a bit, and then I kind of turned it into making YouTube shorts, and I dropped that. So Tuesday is kind of the day where I just do miscellaneous work, and I'm not as productive on those days. And I think I need to just fire on all cylinders now. So I think what I want to do, I'm mostly thinking about Tuesdays and Thursdays with this, but also with things like marketing, which I'm going to get into much more starting today. Dropping shorts. Not that way though. Hey, just thanks for the resub. Happy 31 months. I think what's going to be important to test out is streaming for slightly more time, but without my face cam on. So maybe I'll try that tomorrow. I guess it all depends on the kind of work I need to do. Consider streaming without the camera, even if it's just for half the day. Yeah. Yeah, other than that, there's not too much else to talk about, I think. Celebrate the successes. So Next Fest it wasn't bad. I'm not going to be a VTuber. I think I just won't have the face cam on. So we started Next Fest with 1,847 wish lists, and we are now up to 2,270 as of, I guess, this morning. So yeah, 2,270 minus 1,847, 423 wish lists in total, or an average of about 60 per day, I guess. This isn't great. And this is why I was saying my expectations are higher. Like, I don't know. It's not bad. It's just, it could have been better. The way I sort of looked at this is, let's say that this was actually my number of sales per day. So that would be $420 per day. And that's assuming every single one of these is a sale and that rate keeps up, which then works out to be what? $153,000 a year. Like, I think that's good income for a game like this. That means that I need to multiply my average wish list by like 12, and then the average conversion rate is maybe 10%. So really need to multiply them by like 120. So we need to somehow find like 120 times a wish list velocity. It's like, so welcome in. I don't think it's going to happen. And that's why I think it's worth tempering expectations a little bit. But also, as I mentioned, I'm going to start some marketing stuff today. And I wonder if I can do some of that on stream. Should probably write that down. Yeah, maybe I should try some of the marketing research on stream. I'm not sure what that would look like, but it could be very low-key work, and it would certainly motivate me. I think we have plenty of technical work to do today, though. Sounds simple enough. Yeah. Sounds simple enough. All right. Yeah, so let's put this here. Delete this. Delete all the Friday stuff. Check out this person's stream to see if they played SKELESELLER. I rated them, right? Yeah, I rated them, and they played the game. And then they made a Blue Sky post about it. Anyway, there was only one other streamer who played the game, and it was Billy1Kirby. How do I find this? Wait. Mute site. Okay. SKELESELLER. Yeah, I think I posted this in Discord. But this person is the only partnered streamer who had streamed it. And it was interesting because they just stumbled on the game themselves. There was no like other marketing that hit them other than Next Fest. So what I was originally imagining going into Next Fest was that I'd have like 12 videos to watch, or maybe 4 per day or something. That didn't end up happening. It was like 3 videos over the entirety of Next Fest. Anyway, I'm not really complaining. I'm just saying this is what I was thinking originally. Didn't end up coming true. That's totally fine. We're gonna move on. Hey, Donbo. How many years of game dev do you have? I'm asking some new and learning code and trying to find a streamer to motivate me. I have a decent amount. If you take a look at that command, it is not going to answer it on its own for you, but there's another command there that will lead you to a very fun puzzle hunt. I had fun on Billy's stream. Yeah, I think it was nice. It was nice to watch him. He seemed to have fun. He rated the game a 3 out of 5. I reached out to him over email and I said something like, hey, I know you said you probably wouldn't play again, but if you want, I'm happy to give you the game for free when it launches. And he's like, yeah, I'd check it out on launch. He's like, it wouldn't become my main game, which that aspect of it wouldn't become my main game. This is, it's revealing of how people look at games. So I don't think SKELESELLER has this capability. Like, we're not designing for this capability. There are games out there like Balatro, for example, where probably people can get hundreds or thousands of hours of streamed content. I know you can play the game for that long, but yeah, probably people will watch you do that too. Same thing with like Slay the Spire, Stardew Valley, Tor. There are a lot of games that fit in that bucket. I don't think SKELESELLER is one of them, and it's not intentionally supposed to be one of them. So the reason I find this interesting is there's sort of an inherent assumption that because a game was released and the developer cares, that they must have infinite content in it. And that's just not the case here. Now, granted, I didn't talk about it beyond that, but yeah. Hey, Magnetic Vine. Finished my second tutorial on Udemy. Nice, yeah. I hope it's going well. I think really the only important things when you're starting out are you having fun? Are you learning? That's it. If you're hitting those things, then you're doing great. Hey, Remy. Okay, so where we left off was we needed to code revives for the sake of what's the ability called? Heart of the Forest, I think. Yeah. It just disappeared. I'll just type it in. Okay, yeah. So X seconds after death, revive with Y% life if there's room in the battle. This is a very powerful effect, and X and Y here can both change. So let's say level 1 could be like 7 seconds. Y is 10%. Level 2 could be 6 seconds. It's probably a little too powerful, actually. Because then this character sort of turns into a tank. Maybe we say like 10, 9. Y is 30%. On level 3 could be 8 seconds. Y is 50%. I guess I shouldn't say Y is. We should say 10% life. These numbers can always change. I just wanted something that sort of makes sense here. Yeah, it's more the time component that I think people would find interesting. Yep. Got a pre-roll ad. I know you try to keep these away, so you might need to check if Twitch changed their settings again or something. There's no setting I can change for this. It's purely just, am I scheduling 3 minutes of ads? And I am. So I don't know why that happens. And let's see if I can find this. Yeah, so here's what. Wait, let me see if I can show you this. Yeah, I guess I can just show this whole screen, right? Yeah, so ads automatically scheduled is on. I have it set to 3 minutes per hour. And then it says, wait, where's the, yeah, disable pre-roll ads when I run ads. Every 30 seconds of mid-roll. You know what, maybe the reason why this is happening is because it's the beginning of the stream and you couldn't have run the right amount of ads or something. Yeah, maybe that's what's going on. Also, don't I have some like, I don't have anything else. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything else about this though. 30-second ad break. They're disabled for the next 10 minutes. Yeah, so probably just has to do with joining in the first 10 minutes of the stream. I'm not sure I can do anything about that. Time to start with the stream with 3 minutes of ads. Well, it's pretty much saying like you're going to get those ads no matter what, right? Either I run the ads at the very first 3 minutes of the stream, or you end up randomly getting them in the first 10 minutes or something. Anyway, yeah, so this sounds good to me. Let's add this in. This is not the difficult part though. The difficult part is getting revives to work. So Heart of the Forest, all adventurer data. We need to add in Heart of the Forest again. Cool. So now this is going to be a passive that grants a buff. And we need to change how all the buffs work. Yeah. And I need to think of how this is going to function. Okay. So yeah, this will be a little bit tough. We have on death, and we have on damage taken. On damage taken might know if you've died. Let's see what happens. Modified damage info. Here it is. So it's somewhere we actually deal the damage. Yeah, here it is. Take damage. And then this will call on died automatically. Oh boy. Okay, let's look at that. So there's actually just the one thing. And it's this. And it just adds them to dead battlers. Okay, this isn't too bad. What we could do is we could handle dead battlers differently if they're going to revive. Yeah, so here we just call remove dead battlers. And we call all this stuff. We want some of this to be called. But probably not the remove all effects part of this. And then I think we have something that checks for like 500 battlers to have accumulated. I gotta look at where that is. I don't know where that is. We clear this every single time. Maybe it's summons? I don't remember. I could have sworn we did something kind of funky here where we set something like 500. It's not finding anything with 500. There it is. Animation wait time. What about 5,000? No. I don't know. Hey, Orca. Just get Twitch Turbo. I think if you watch a lot of Twitch Turbo is actually a good idea. All right, I'm probably not going to be able to find this. I just have some vague memory of code that I wrote a while ago, but I don't remember what it was for. So I don't even know what to look for. Is there anything else in here? Or maybe I had the code only temporarily and then got rid of it. Yeah, I can't find it. So whatever. Yeah, this doesn't sound too bad, actually. We have the dead battlers thing that gets processed here, remove dead battlers. I think what we're gonna do is something like this. We're not gonna call this. So like to do, don't call this. And then some like to do check for whether this entity can be revived. Well, thanks for subbing, Raimi. Yeah, that's a good way to get around ads. And then we still need to be able to run their effects. The effect system doesn't run effects when they're dead, though. And this thing is going to need to keep track of how long until you revive. Yeah, that's also going to be a little bit difficult. Each individual effect could, I guess, know whether it's supposed to run or not. I am the ad man. All right, so Heart of the Forest. For us to know when we can revive, whoops. When we can revive, we need an effect to run. However, we stop all effects. Well, right now we remove all effects, which will probably change. But if we ran them all, then we'd try dealing damage or healing or something. So instead, we need to run only certain effects. Could just not call this. Should probably mark buffs. Yeah. Okay, so we have some that persist through death. So the ones that don't persist through death. Yeah, okay, I got it. All right, that's what we're going to do. Nice, 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 nice. Might be cool to have it be SKELESELLER related while you work on it. Don't know how much trouble it is to change it. Yeah. I think the big problem is my channel name. First of all, I don't like having the live on it. I'd love to have it just be Adam Learns, but I think that ship has sailed. So is it worth changing it to SKELESELLER? Is it worth changing it to something like Extonomous? I want Adam to be in there so that people know what my name is. And I wanted something that was evergreen, and I always thought, oh, well, learning's evergreen. So I still haven't decided. I know you're just suggesting changing the icon, but the problem is that the icon then wouldn't make sense with the name. Although the rest of the branding doesn't either. I haven't worked for Amazon directly, only indirectly through Twitch. And even then, it's only indirectly because I'm not an employee. I'm a contractor, technically, I think. I'm not really sure. All right, so we got to code this thing. And Kevin suggested adding an interface here, a persist through death interface. So it's either this or it's adding a Boolean. Add this to effects or set a Boolean representing the same thing. I think technically the Boolean would be the better way here. It's a little strange to check for the existence of an interface when all you have is it's either on or off. We do this somewhere else too, but it's still a little strange. Let me take a look at what the internet says. Boolean interfaces. I'm not really sure what to ask here. Like C# check for existence of interface versus Boolean. Yeah, I mean, we already have a fact. Putting a Boolean in already has storage and everything. I think a Boolean probably makes the most sense. Make sure your name doesn't end up as a combination of Adam and Extonomous. So shipping you? I think it's more explicit, but agreed. And then in this case, Boolean works. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go the Boolean route here. There probably is a room like that at Google that just turns people into superheroes. Who would know? Who's explored it? It's like Hogwarts. Okay, so every single effect would need to know whether it has to persist through death. And we're kind of split 50-50 on this, I think. Let's search for this. And let's look at, we have, what, 38 effects? That doesn't sound right. We should have slightly more than that. I'm not sure why we don't have all 41 of these. But let's see. So chance to miss. Yeah, this would not persist through death. So let me just count up the ones that will persist through death. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. See, it's about half and half. Whatever. I'm not gonna figure this out. 12 is close enough to 20. Yeah, so then I think we'll just what I was trying to figure out is what should the default be for this? Does persist through death. And I don't know. False, I guess, so that we have to make it explicit. Yeah, might as well. Hey, Cypher. Some are removed. Yeah, it might have been that. Also, actually, I guess making it true, but I don't know. I could see it's going either way. Okay, so let's save this. This is going to be a public bool. Does persist through death. This isn't even protected set. It's like a private set. And then we don't need to do anything else there. And that's going to change. So now every single effect that should persist through death now needs to be annotated as such. So, there's no easy way to do this, I guess, because I do just need to look through the list again, huh? So chance to miss is not one. Cleanse doesn't exist in the game, right? We never use this? No, we never use this. Why is this even here? Reset is disposed to true. What? Disposal should be removed. Retract this so that whoa. So then where do we call remove effect? Oh, that's probably not smart. What does this do? Oh no. Why is this public? Where does the dispose thing come into play then? Oh god, I don't know what's going on then. All right, so let's back up a step. Where is this used? Effect expired. If the effect is disposed, and then get all of the disposed effect. Oh, this is... Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. We are... Okay, there are a few things that are a little bit off here. For one, we don't need to do another O of N operation here to get all the disposed effects. If we're already iterating over them here and checking to see if they're disposed, we could just add them to a list at that point. Yeah, the only thing this wouldn't cover is if we ever added an effect on this frame that should be disposed on this frame. But I don't know why that would happen. And if it did happen, it wouldn't affect anything, I'm pretty sure. Okay, yeah, so let's do that. Let's do a list of effects to remove, I guess. It's just going to be an empty list. And here we say if effect.is disposed, do that, delete this part, delete this, and there. That cuts this out. Yeah, O of 2n is roughly equal to O of n, I know, in terms of asymptotic complexity, but in terms of not running extra cycles for something that's very easy to fix, I think this is fine. Now, with that said, now we call remove effect in what, exactly one place? Where even is that? Remove effect. Here it is. Yeah. And we only call this here. And what? Nowhere else? This is the only other place? So I should probably write a comment saying you should never call this directly. At which point we should just change the interface so that it's not callable directly. But the only real way we do that is by moving where this code is. Technically, this is public. But yeah, I think I'll just write a comment here for now. This shouldn't be called directly. Use is disposed. Is disposed of even what it's called? What is it called? Oh, it's effect dot is disposed. Yeah. Instead, set this and let the effect system handle it. This all messed up there. Okay. So now that part's done. So now the preparedness buff doesn't need to call remove. It can call is disposed equals true. Oh, yeah, okay. We track whether we, so what, this is once per battle? Yeah, this is once per battle. I'm pretty sure. I just wrote this on Friday. I don't remember what it does exactly. The first, yeah, it's once per battle. Yeah. Hey, who cares? Hey, how are the steps going? You still keeping that up? All right, so now we can finally set this for any of these that need to be set. And cleanse buff should probably just be removed from the game at this point. Yeah, I don't see any reason to keep this around. Hey, Kyle. Been lurking here and there. You inspired me to start learning Godot. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I probably mentioned this, and this is only vaguely related to what Kyle's talking about, but it's sort of the excitement that I sensed through this message was this last week I thought a lot about my next game, and I've talked about it briefly on stream. I'm not going to talk about it again directly right now, but indirectly, I'm very excited about a lot of the prospects of it. One of the things that I can't really shake at this point is marketing while ideating. So normally I would think of a game and just say, is this fun or not? But now I think I'm going to try to add the lens of, is this marketable and fun or not? Because, okay, wait, I guess there is a little bit more to add to this conversation. I was analyzing how I feel about this. I started a version of Botland back in like 2010. And back then, I think if I hadn't made this game, like no one would have made this game. And I think that was true of a lot of different games. Like you might have been the first person to make, I don't know when Portal came out, but imagine you made Portal or you made Minecraft or you made any of the sort of genre defining things that happened. There was more space to explore and discover, and other people probably wouldn't have done those sooner than you, if only you were really enough to the game. Now I don't think that's the case. I think if you don't make a game, someone else is eventually going to just make that game, and it's probably not going to take them super long. Uh, this is a very nascent thought, so I think I'm representing this poorly because I don't even fully believe what I just said right now. But the thought, I guess, is that when I got into game dev much more seriously, I think I felt like, oh, I'm going to bring more joy to the world through games. But now I feel like we've already kind of capped out on joy through games, and the market's saturated enough where people aren't going to be like, oh, thank goodness that was made. It's just like, oh, there's another game. The idea that the game should be streamable is interesting. I'm not even talking about streamable. I just mean marketable. Like if you made a game that is, I don't know, like let's say you're writing an assembly code for your game, like the player is doing that. You can get players for sure, but that's probably not a very marketable game because most people probably won't find that fun. Now, it also doesn't probably happen to be too streamable, but yeah, streamability aside, I think you can still have fun playing games and not necessarily need to stream them or watch people playing them. Did Howard miss out on an entire 2 weeks? Left foot issue? Did skin at the bottom of my foot peel off? Oh, man. Yeah. Tell us all Lucas Pope thinks about his ideas. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about, what's that book called? Legends and Lattes. So this is a book that someone wrote who I'm pretty sure they were yeah, Travis Baldry. I think they were a voice actor. Yeah, they were a narrator and okay. I thought they were a voice actor. I guess narrator is pretty similar to voice actor though. But anyway, they like in writing this book, Legend and Lattes, apparently they narrated it in their head to know where these beats were and how it would sound. And the book did pretty well. So I think that experience does help. Pleasure derived is subjective. I wouldn't worry about it. Well, okay, like I said, that was a very hazy way of me explaining how I felt about this. It was more like I almost felt like I was bringing something to the world originally that otherwise wouldn't have happened. And now that it's being covered by a bunch of other people, there's no sense of responsibility anymore that now I have to do this if other people are doing it too. And I kind of look at it like that XKCD about PhDs and pushing all of human knowledge. I won't be able to find this. Okay, well, anyway, it was an XKCD comic about that every PhD student is just nudging human knowledge a little bit. And you've got to be fine with that, like, sort of small impact that you might have. All right, so cleanse buff, like I said, we're going to remove this. Effect ID, cleanse. Let's delete that, and let's delete the actual buff itself. This doesn't have any reason to exist. There we go. So now that we don't need to look through. And what else? Cloak of Shadow. So this should live through, what's it called? What did I call it? Does, no, is, dispo. I don't remember what I called it. Does persist through death. That's what it is. Okay, and effective lifetime doesn't even expose this. So I guess we should put this here. Fooled. False. Put that there. Timed effect then needs this. This is going to mess up because now I have two default parameters. And I almost certainly didn't set the proc interval via the tag thing that C# allows. All right, well, this is true. I guess let's say, what is this? This isn't even proc interval. Effective lifetime doesn't have a default parameter. Timed effect does. So I guess let's go find all the timed effects and annotate their proc intervals. Oh, there are very few of these. Yeah, so this is the proc interval. And this is does persist through death. So that's fine. This is the proc interval. This needs to know if it persists through death as well. Any others? Burn. Burn should not persist through death. Yeah. Hey, Dustin. A lot of narrators add voices in during the voiceover, so it's close. There's even a growing branch of graphic audio now. Yeah. Yeah. It is pretty close. I think in order to narrate a book, you probably need to inject some emotion. And I think as soon as you get into not just straight up reading text off of a page, that you're essentially a voice actor. But I think if literally all you're doing is dictating, I don't really think that makes you an actor. So I guess you're just narrating at that point. So I guess it depends. Hey, Goose. 3D SKELESELLER after SKELESELLER final release. I don't think I'll ever do a 3D version of SKELESELLER. At least that's not a plan. I've generally gravitated toward 2D games. And I like 3D environments and still sort of playing in a 2D space. So basically 2.5D games like Kirby Crystal Chronicles. Or Crystal Shards. I guess Crystal Chronicles is the Final Fantasy game. Yeah, like this game was a 2.5D game. Where's a good picture representing that? Yeah, like this, for example. Well, it was animated over here. Anyway, they're falling in 2 dimensions. They're moving in 2 dimensions. But the backgrounds, the characters, they're still 3D. And every once in a while you get this effect where you only move left and right, but then the world rotates around. So like, I like that sort of thing. I think it simplifies your gameplay, and I think it makes it slightly more accessible. I think some people get motion sickness when they play 3D games, or there's a depth of field that just rubs them the wrong way. And also it's just a little simpler for people to understand. Okay, so wait, I hadn't finished all of this, right? There was two more. All right, so heal over time does not persist through death. And poison debuff also does not persist through death. So what we mostly want is to set this to true in a bunch of places. So I guess let's go through here and just figure out which ones should be this way. We already did this one. Except for this just has true written there. That probably shouldn't be that way. Close call. I guess we can copy the comma as well and make this even easier. Counterattack. Don't need it for this or this. Probably not for dodge. What does dodge do? It's purely just the dodge value. Yeah, I didn't know if there's something extra. Okay, well, yeah, this shouldn't be too bad. And then we just need to get this to work. You can end basically any sentence about coding with, and then we just need to get this to work. We don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that. We need this one. Now, if I did miss any of these, this could be very problematic, but probably we'll never actually have a way to revive arbitrary adventurers. Although now I guess we could. We could add an ability that just says, like, revive another adventurer. What does this do? Invigorate. What is invigorate? I think that's on death. Give your party power. Yeah, okay, so this needs to persist through death. Lifesteal does not. Luminescence does. Mental swiftness does. There aren't too many of these. We're like halfway through maybe. Poisonous skin does. Yeah, power buff does not. Power decrease from for numb attack. What is this? What is this? Who applies this? Counterattack. Concussive blow. What does this do? Decreases the power for the attacker's next attack. Wow, okay. Yeah, I guess. Sure. Doesn't need to be persisted through death, but whatever. All right, preparedness. We said no to this one because this is... No, wait, we couldn't have said no to this one. This does need to persist through death. Resonant healing. Shield bash damage mitigation buff. Okay, this one's questionable. So the paladin has an ability saying every time you use shield bash, increase damage mitigation by 0.5% up to, like, let's say 10%. So what should happen when they revive? Should they keep the accumulated buff? And I think my answer is I don't care, and this will never matter. So I'll just yeah, I think that's my answer. So let's not even think about this. Let's just not do it. And if it ever does matter, then fine. We'll have to remember that and probably change something. Say shooting, stun doesn't matter. Sudden death. What is sudden death? What is this? Debug summon for one stage. Oh. It's technically not sudden death. It's timed death. I think sudden implies it's immediate, but this actually has a duration. Anyway, sudden death should not persist through death. It's what kills you. Survival instinct. I don't know what this is. Is this the warrior one? Probably the warrior one. Taunt shouldn't. Wild shot shouldn't. This probably shouldn't. Zombie curse definitely should. This is what, proc interval? Zombie legion, zombie link. Okay, and now we're done. So there, we have now manifested whether or not every single buff in the game can stay through death. So now, instead of just removing them all willy-nilly, we're going to remove only the ones that should not persist through death. And this all happens in the battle system where we call remove all effects. So should we ever use this function? We do it in 2 places. Yeah, so remove all can still exist. I guess we should also just add in another function that says public void remove effects that do not persist through death. Yeah, so for each... How does remove all work? Okay, yeah, I guess it's pretty similar. We can go with what this thing had. So what is this? Does persist through death? If the effect doesn't persist through death, then remove it. And what does remove do? Does exactly what I want. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. Now we just need to call this in the right spot, which is here. Okay, wow, great. So now what does it mean to actually revive the character? Could just not call this. We can have an effect type. So this is done. All right, so this probably still needs to be done. What is this thing? Make sure we don't subscribe to OnDied twice. Sure. Need ally came to life to be called again, or else the cleric could be targetable. Wait a second. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but something's got to put this character right back into battle. I'll remove all effects. And maybe reset cooldown. Okay, so something needs to put the battler back into battle. And what happens right now? We call on ally died, on enemy died. We still track them in the battle? No, we clear them. What removes them? Huh. I don't actually know what removes them. Are they a child of the... Oh, here it is. Remove battler. Where's this called? Remove battlers from previous stage. Okay, where else do we call this? Advance the next stage. On disappeared. Disappears when dead. So it disappears when dead. I think we should necessarily say this thing can never revive. This kind of entity should never revive. Hey, Grace. It's going well. I I was telling my wife, I was like, do you know what the monkey's paw story is? And she didn't. And at least my like brief summary was it's basically a genie with unexpected consequences. So you say something like, I wish for $1,000,000. And they say something like, okay, well, your parents died and you got $1 million in the inheritance. And then a finger on the monkey's paw curls and you have, one less wish. Well, anyway, I originally for Next Fest, I was like, here's that I hope it motivates me more than I hope it motivates me pretty much. And it did end up happening, but I think the way it ended up happening is it proved that marketing is super important and that Next Fest was insufficient for me. So it did work, but it didn't work in the way I would have liked. What I would have liked is to have like, oh, whatever, 1 million people go play the game and like it. So I should have asked for a genie and not a monkey's paw. Currently working on remaking Black Ops 1 interrogation scene and Black Ops 3. The code is the easy part. The animation straight suck. Yeah, I haven't played any Call of Duty games, but they're all 3D, right? So I guess any animations you have to do have to look like real human animations. Or I guess zombie animations or something or whatever it is you're fighting. Do you ever fight zombies in Call of Duty? I feel like I've seen this. Yeah, Black Ops Zombies. Yeah, yeah. I remember you sharing something a long time ago about this stuff. Okay, so there's still something I'm missing here, which is where do we remove a battler normally? It's from previous stage. And here, what calls this? It's just this stuff. Oh man. Okay, so what happens when you die in the battle then? It basically keeps your battler around. So then we could just revive them, right? I sure hope so. Provided you actually have something people want. Yeah, well, that was the other component of Next Fest, which is figure out is the game what's lacking or is marketing what's lacking? And I think I concluded that it's marketing that's lacking. It seemed like everyone who did play the game liked it well enough. Also, I thought the median playtime would plummet. It didn't change at all. I think that's another thing that's kind of impressive. The reason I thought it would plummet is I was like, oh, well, people finding the game now mostly find it through the stream. Maybe those people are more likely to play it. But it was an hour and 24 minutes before, and it is an hour and 24 minutes now. And it did fluctuate very slightly. It went down to an hour and 23 for like a day or two. So that means that this number was updating. And I don't know, maybe it'll update more. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it, I guess. Also, I don't mind if it changes by, a minute or 5 minutes or something. If it dropped down to 1 minute, that'd be a problem. It's a great medium playtime. Yeah, and I'm kind of curious if the numbers are accurate. Because it does feel like that's a bit long. I don't know. Maybe I just gave out too much game. All right, remove dead battlers. Let's look at this again. So we go through this. We call the on enemy died, on ally died. So what happens if I were to just revive this battler at some point? I think for us to do this, we would need to finish coding this ability and actually like try it out. How long did I expect it to be? About like 2 hours, maybe like 4 at the most. Probably if you wanted to 100% it, it'd probably take about 3 hours. So yeah, playing for an hour and a half seemed like a pretty good amount of time. How long do you expect a random player to take to beat it? Yeah, if you wanted to actually beat the final location, it was probably slightly north of 2 hours. Or maybe, yeah, 2 to 3, I guess. I hadn't really planned out, that wasn't really an architected amount of time. That was just a coincidental thing. The architected amount was like, how long do I want the main game to take? So we're going to try to make it be about 5 hours, but it's got to be fun for that time. So if I do find out that, oh man, this period of the game is not as fun, then we need to change something. What am I building? I'm making a game called SKELESELLER. And welcome in Nick Code. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. Not playing until there's a Diamond Battle Pass Deluxe Ultra Limited Edition. That's coming in the microtransactions version, where every minute of playtime costs you another quarter, and we sell you like a little arcade coin slot thing that you can feed into this. Hey, Niak. By the way, that's pretty much how like Gauntlet worked in the arcade. How's your last year and a quarter been, Niak? I haven't seen you in a long time. Okay, let's go code this thing. So what's it called? Heart of the Forest? Oh, I never even wrote it. All right, well, close call is pretty similar, I guess. Is this a thing granting a buff? Yeah, except for this needs multiple, what's it called? Columns in the table. So what, is preparedness better for that? Yes, it is. Okay, let's save this as Heart of the Forest. Yeah. Man, I really liked Gauntlet Legends. That game was a lot of fun. But I don't think it really holds up to the test of time. Arcade machine. Yeah, I played this in the arcade a little bit, but I had the N64 version, and the N64 version was just like strictly better because you didn't need to pay money to play the game once you already owned it. I get that you paid the money up front, but you could replay it infinitely at that point. The one in the arcade, your life value constantly dropped, and that was their way of getting you to spend more quarters. Hey, Biley, Gauntlet on the console was my childhood. Like the NES version? The NES version I didn't really like as much. I like the idea of leveling up, and Gauntlet Legends had that, and then they made a Steam version in like, I'm gonna just make up a number, 2010 maybe, and that also didn't have leveling up, I think. Does the game support Linux? Yeah. It should say right on the Steam page, I think. Yeah, it does. It's got the, well, I guess the Steam icon is what it says. But yeah, there's a Linux version. Played on PS1, yeah, PS2. Dark Legacy. I didn't like Dark Legacy as much. I don't know why. It felt like more of the same game, which is probably why Gauntlet Legends wasn't actually probably a great game to begin with either. Okay. So we're gonna save this here. Heart of the Forest buff. We need an effect ID for this. And then just rename all of this. So does this persist through death? Yes, this has to persist through death. That's the whole point of this. And we need to keep track of a certain amount of time. So basically, the way I think this is going to work is we're going to have on death, which is apparently not what this is. How's this look? On death. It's just a battle system. All right, we're going to start a timer and then revive this battler, which means the battle system needs a revive battler function, which we have never written. Public void revive battler node entity. Okay, how do we do this? Well, that's probably it. Maybe that's it. I'm not actually sure. Position in first empty slot. Add another on die. We can't do that. Yeah. Hey, Caleb. Thanks for the resub. How you doing? I'm doing well. How's your week going so far? You've had much more of the week than I have because of the time zone difference. Lurking around now and then, not very active in chat. Gotcha. Totally fine, by the way. Yeah. Okay, so we can't do this unless we clean this up when this thing dies, which I don't think we do this when they die. We do it when we dispose the battle system. Oh, Aniac, thanks for resubbing. Happy third of a year. Wow, lots of resubs today. Oh, drat, we never even removed child on this thing, do we? Remove child. It's in remove battler, but remove battler doesn't get called till the stage is over. Also, oh, drat, it might have been that the stage progressed in between. Well, Nilox, thank you too. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, this is another problem I had not thought of. We need to consider what happens when someone dies in wave X and then revives in wave X plus 1. Because we have removed battler from previous stage. Maybe we should just call remove battler on this thing. That would work. This is a no-op if it doesn't exist. This is a no-op if it doesn't exist. Same thing here. That part's not a no-op. This is potentially dangerous. What is this? What is this indeed? This is only done in dispose. Reminded me. My week's going well, but I'm feeling sad because a postman was trying to find a neighbor and they traveled up the wrong staircase to our door and got really upset, and I couldn't help because I didn't know where the neighbor was. Huh. Did they leave the post with you? For you to give to the neighbor? So I think we can just call remove battler on this entity beforehand. But then they're going to be marked as a removed battler even though they're not really. It says no chance of ever returning to this. We track these so we don't call free in the middle of a battle, which can cause a bunch of issues. Okay. I think I know what we have to do, but I think this is really weird. We need to call remove on this, which I guess we should call battler at this point. Oh, Dustin, thank you too. So many resubs. Took it back down. Oh, a heavy object? Okay, I see. I was just picturing like an envelope. In which case, I guess they wouldn't probably be upset. Okay, but then we need to remove them from removed battlers. Does this remove every instance from a list? Remove the first occurrence. All right, well, there's remove all. Cannot remove a node. Oh, remove all is it's a predicate. There is no remove all that does what I wanted to do. Okay, well, that's fine. B. listeners in one of the different ones. Oh, who cares? Thank you for gifting a sub. Is it clear? I think clear removes everything, not just the instance. Yeah, it removes all elements from the list. I don't think there is a... Yeah, there's... Well, remove all is pretty much the same as what I'd want. Checking equality should be simple for this. Oh, hype train. Never see a hype train on my channel. Neat. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so this part's questionable. Like, we remove the battler. Wait, no. Even this won't work. Oh, God. Yeah, I need to... Oh, man. I need to do so much here. I need to make sure their health component isn't going to listen multiple times, and nothing does that. I guess what we could do is here, we could check to see if we already have a listener for them. If listeners to clean up dot try get, oh, what is this? It's a list. Oh, that's too bad. I think we should make this a dictionary. Yeah, I think we should make this a dictionary. I'll just say to do convert to dictionary. Whoa, who cares? Look at all this hype going on over here. Thank you for the other 5 gifted subs. Wow. Level 2 complete. What does this do now? 16%. So, okay, I'm vaguely aware of how hype trains work because I've been in other people's channels, but I've never paid attention to these. But yeah, this is Twitch's way of instilling urgency to get you to spend money, which I truly don't want anyone to feel pressure about this. I appreciate the support, but I am eventually going to try to sustain myself off of the game dev and not the process of game dev. Scam trade. It's not a scam. You get emotes. That's something, right? Yeah, anyway, much obliged, everybody. So convert to a dictionary. So we need to iterate over this, and we need to clear up any of these things. For each, what do we get? A health component. I should probably just convert this to a thing right now. So if this is equal to this, and we already have a listener, so what we want to do is we want to clean this up now. hc.onDied minus equal listener. Yeah, this is why this is probably really stupid, because I need to now remove this thing from here. But it's as we're iterating over this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. All right, well, again, let's just do this the bad way for now. Dot remove this, and then break. Is the game fully mouse played? It can be, yeah. There are some keyboard shortcuts if you feel like using that. But you don't have to. Well, actually, I guess there's one thing you have to do, which is pressing escape to open the settings mid-game. There's no button for that in the game right now. But that's, I think, the only thing that requires you to press the keyboard for. Have you thought about pricing? Yeah, it's probably going to be about $10. All right. Even the way the remove battlers works right now, this doesn't have any impact, does it? Remove the battlers so that we can add them again. Wait a second, why do I... Dead battlers not remove. We don't want to call add child twice on the same thing. Revive if dead. Let's also just set them back to full life. This should not happen eventually, but I want to test this out this way. If the entity is a battler, then we need to add it back to the battle. Okay, what does this do? Add some to that stuff, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's that, I guess. All right, so now in Heart of the Forest, we start a timer and then we revive this person. But they need to be dead for us to revive them. So this thing should probably check that. yeah, if HC dot is dead, or I guess if they're not dead, then just return. Trying to revive someone who can't be revived. Did I build the whole game myself? No. Take a look at this. Oops, sorry, I tagged the wrong person. That was meant for you, NYT. My bad. What are your thoughts on AI code editors? You probably already answered this 100 times, so feel free to disregard. So I'm using Copilot right now, but I use it as a smart autocomplete. So for example, if I were to type something like belongs, or wait, no, I guess like battle team component, I just typed that and it will fill in the rest of the line for what I probably want. This is all I really care about, is reducing how much typing I'm doing, not reducing really how much thinking I'm doing. I already could think that this is the line that I want. It's not like I'm trying to have it come up with an algorithm. The AI code editors are the ones where AI is at the forefront of this, and there's really no way to turn it off, I guess, or something like cursor. I think if it helps you, then great. And I think that you probably already need enough coding knowledge for it to help you. There's a certain amount of cognitive load from having to switch from writing code to reviewing code. And that code might not be good to begin with. So it might be that you're reviewing trash and you need to get rid of it and then prompt it again. And then you're spending cycles doing that. And if it saves you time in the end, then great. If you feel cool using it, then great. Or if it allows you to do something you couldn't have done before, then great. The way I kind of look at this is, right now, I could very easily, and probably everyone's seen this, I could go to some AI and say something like, draw me a cartoon cat eating cotton candy. Something like that, right? It'll probably do a decent enough job. Maybe it'll get the paws wrong or the face or something like that. But like, it's going to do a way better job than I could do in the next entire year if you had me just draw cats eating cotton candy. And it'll do it in about like 3 seconds. So it's allowing me to do something that I just wouldn't be able to do myself without a significant amount of effort. And I think it's the same way when it comes to coding. There are some people out there who they don't have the ability to code. So getting some like basic web app up and running for their site that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do is like a major change for them. Now, will there be performance problems, vulnerabilities, any sort of other thing like that? Yeah, probably. And that's something you'll need to weigh for yourself in your own project. If you're making your personal portfolio and you're going to export it to a PDF anyway, then it doesn't really matter if there are vulnerabilities or performance, because you're just going to turn it into an image at the end. So yeah, I think it's kind of a rat's nest of issues right now. There's a lot of controversy, but if it helps you, it helps you. That's all. Thank you, Who Cares? Thank you, Zoe. Welcome back, Zoe. Thanks for the resub. My bits didn't go through fast enough. Yeah, I think it said something like it wouldn't need to be 2,600 bits. So probably it wouldn't have changed anything too much, but I still appreciate it. Choo choo. Did I get any of the emotes? Or is that just for the people who participated? I don't know. Me neither. All right, so now we can call revive no matter what. So that's what we want to do here. I'm going to have this timer be something very, very small for this. So await entity.toSignal. So pretty much just this is what I want. And this is going to be this thing. So we're going to wait for half a second and then just revive this entity. Battle system.revive affected entity. Okay, and then we just need this to be somewhere else. Private async task testeroni. I don't actually care about what this has in it. And then this equals testeroni. Cool. Now we just need task, which is in system.something threading.task .async. I don't know what it is. Let's just let the thing figure it out for us. System threading tasks. Okay. I knew system.threading. I didn't know the rest of that. Okay, well, anyway, here's what we have. So you get Heart of the Forest. It'll give you this buff. When you die, it'll try reviving you after half a second. So we should be able to test this out. But at the end of the battle, we need to make sure that this thing is fully removed. And that means that any timer here was cleaned up as well. Or that we shouldn't do this based on a timer. So I'll need to test that out too. I guess let's go try this. Hey, Jerbeck. Good day to you. Why is this not an emote? What would it be? What is this? Cleanse. Does this exist somewhere? I got rid of cleanse buff because I thought nothing used this. Nothing does use this. All right, well, that's when we go delete this thing. Done, and will it build? I think the revive line should also be in the async method, right? I don't think that should matter. I broke this. Missing data for cleanse. What is this manifested as an ability? Yeah. Not anymore. Hey, Connery. Want to let you know you inspired me to get a programmable keyboard to speed up my workflow, and now I'm currently on my mostly mouseless journey. And I'm going to the Voyager and loving quicker code navigation. Awesome. Thank you for the bits. Yeah, the Voyager looks super cool. I am like their exact target audience for their aesthetic that they have for these keyboards. The only issue I would have with using this is that it only has 2 thumb keys. I've gotten very used to having 3 now at this point. Also, it technically has an extra, what, 8 keys on each half, which I don't really need. Now, I get that you're like, well, it's -1 thumb key, but it's plus 8 extra keys. Couldn't you just use one of the other ones? And I could, but then my E-cred would go down. But yeah, a very cool looking keyboard. And their LEDs are functional, unlike mine. Okay, so we have this character, and we want to give them Heart of the Forest. There it is. This has the wrong tooltip completely. But that shouldn't matter. But I do need to fix that. Yeah, this shouldn't matter. Okay, so now let's put them in a battle against a bat. And the bat is gonna... Oh, the bat's gonna die. Okay, no, then don't do this. Put them in a battle against the volcano. And now the mushroom's gonna die. And we're gonna see what happens when it tries to revive them when the battle is done. Might not even do that. It didn't even end the battle, and they're taking damage. What's going on? What is going on there? What happened? Let's put a breakpoint here and flee the battle and just try this again. Speed this up. Should break in. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I never awaited. Is await even a keyword in this? Yes, it is. Okay, yeah, my bad. I needed to do that. Yeah, I see. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. All right, take in the battle system here. And then pass this in. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, I meant to add an await. I wasn't thinking. Move my home row up 1 to make the bottom inner key a thumb key for that reason. Oh, that's clever. But now you have a row that is, I guess, harder to access. I guess it wouldn't really matter. It's either you have 2 rows above the home row or you have 2 rows below the home row. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played Lies of P, but I've heard good things. Okay, let's try this again. Whoops, that's not even the right skill. There's Heart of the Forest. Now we want to go into a battle. Except for, again, not that battle. Gotta stop doing that. This battle. Now we speed this up. So it should just end the battle. Nothing should happen after that. It did, but it still calls revive. So I think this is a problem, but let's see what happens. Seemingly nothing. Okay, so what does that do? We get into this. We call revive. I guess we could figure out if the battle already ended. I don't even... How do we do that? There's like a did end or has ended or something. Has battle ended. Yeah, so this is probably true at this point. Yes. Hey, Pressel, sorry. Hello, distinguished gentleman to you too. Yeah. How do you think one should start their approach toward their project as a beginner? What kind of project? I'm assuming you're talking about something with coding, but are you talking about like web dev? Are you talking about game dev? Are you talking about something else? Yeah, so all we need to really do here is check to see if the battle ended. And if it did, then just don't do anything. Yeah. So now this will be a no-op. And we need to test it when it's not a no-op. So I need the mushroom to die. So let's go to the mushroom character and set his life value to next to nothing. So now it will die in one hit, but other adventurers won't. Let's also, I guess while we're at it, give... No, that's probably fine. Let's try this out. No, Mr. Mushroom, I need you to die. I spin around in my chair with Abby on my lap. It's pretty good. All right, we need other adventurers, and we need... let's go with the mage and someone else who can't dodge. Yeah, there. Okay, so now we need the mushroom to take a hit, and then they should revive after half a second, which is pretty fast. Okay, so now revive was called. Does it work? No, because they're probably alive, but they're in the wrong animation. So you can see them taking damage. They're taking damage because they are technically alive, and they're probably attacking, but it's just almost impossible to see. Hang on, I want to test that part. Their attack is so slow that it's going to be hard to notice. But I don't think it resets their cooldown. So now they're alive again. Do we ever see the little arms coming from the... Yeah, right there. Okay, yes. So, cool. This is alive. It just doesn't look alive. So we got to fix that part. Hey, Goose. Howdy, howdy, howdy. It's, you could say, like, database development. So I think approaching any project is kind of a combination of scoping things in terms of time and also the complexity. And I just mean like basic project management. So let's say you were making a game. I know you said it's database stuff, but let's say you were making a game. It'd be like, don't immediately jump to, okay, I'm going to go from not knowing anything to I'm going to make Portal. Like probably start by making Pong or make Tetris or make Breakout or something like that. So that's what I mean by complexity. And then time-wise, I think a lot of people don't really consider this. They're just like, oh, here's a fun project. I'll just start working on it. Well, some projects could take you a year to do. And if you're only working on it for 2 hours every week, then it's going to take you way longer than a year to do. So if you're having fun, then great. But if you actually want to complete the project, you probably just need to tackle a portion of it. And then beyond that, it's just go do the stuff you need to do. So there's probably some amount of design and some amount of like prototyping and some amount of maybe market research and then some amount of just doing the thing, coding or developing, or I don't know what it is. You said database stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just making schemas or something in your mind. Want to be a software engineering streamer as well, though not in game development, but I'm scared to start. What are the main things I'm going to need for this? How did you start? I've got a blog post I did on this somewhere. Where did I do this? This. Okay, so here I recommend reading this. I also ended up doing a video on this somewhere. Streaming. Where's the video? Ah, here. Okay. So I'll link these couple of things, but let me say a couple of quick stuff. So just to kind of summarize, what do you need? I think I would say you need a mic. You don't technically need one, but I would say you need a mic at least. You don't necessarily need a camera. You could choose to be a VTuber, or you could just not have your camera be on. That's all fine. You need a good enough internet connection, which for most people won't be a problem, but like you can't have a disconnect on you every 30 minutes. You need it to be fast enough, that sort of thing. And then of course your computer you're going to stream from. So that's all the stuff you really need. The other things I'd say to look into would be like your sort of privacy. So maybe a different user profile or Chrome profile or password manager or something like that. So basically, like, let's say you open a folder, you don't want to be revealing, you know, financial data accidentally when you preview a file. Like, imagine if this was just, oh, here's all my expenditures in the last 6 months or something. Like, that's probably not a good idea. So just having a separate profile really minimizes that risk. And same thing with passwords and everything. Like, imagine you're logging into something, you're SSHing, and you type your password. And you're like, oh, whoops, that accidentally went to the console in plain text. Like, that stuff you got to be careful about. Beyond that, really not much. I think the important thing is just set your expectations pretty low, because view count is probably going to be low and it's probably going to stay low for a while. So you need to pull people in from other platforms. generally, if you just started streaming on Twitch and software and game dev and you don't do anything special, even if you're doing like top tier content, people just aren't really going to find your stream because not many people are browsing the like 0 viewer or 1 viewer channels. Need a goal. If you're streaming for just streaming, then most people be like, this guy doesn't know what he wants to do. I don't know about that. I think it's not apparent when I go into some people's streams what their goal is. And I think it's very easy. And I probably mentioned this in that blog post, but there's a certain rat race aspect to this, which is, I'm going to make a sweeping generalization here. I think every streamer secretly wants to become a big streamer somewhere in their beginning, like 20% of their streaming time. So this is like when you buy a lottery ticket and you think, what would I spend my $40 million on when I win the lottery? It's like that thought is in your head, even though you know it's not realistic. You can in fact know what the odds are of winning, and they might even have to publish them at this point. It's kind of the same with streaming, where I think people start and they've got an ostensible goal, and their ostensible goal may be something like, oh yeah, I wanna learn, form a community, that sort of thing. But somewhere in the back of their mind is usually like, I want to grow. And I want to grow is not a given requirement of a stream. You can still form a community and have a small community. You can still learn things and have no one watching you. I mean, I get that forming a community doesn't require a lot of growth. It does require some, but yeah, I want to grow is usually like, I want to have unbounded growth. And then I think people start getting dejected. If you ever go on the Twitch subreddit, it's a bunch of people who are basically like, why don't I have viewers? And how do I grow my stream? And how do I reach people? And it's like, I think everyone's kind of pulled in by that whole, oh, you can play video games for a living. the fantasy. All right, we need to fix the animation for this thing. You just set their animation back to idle. What sets it to the death animation? Nothing in here, apparently. I don't know what does that. Oh, maybe Battler has it. Oh, Battler probably even listens for the on died as well, doesn't it? Yeah, it's got to dispose here. Okay. So we don't have a revive animation. They're just gonna like pop back up to life. I guess that's fine. We also turn off the visibility of this. So we need some sort of like on revive. But for that, they need to be a battler. We don't necessarily have their battler. We just have a node. All right, how do we get a battler from that? That's why this probably never should have been battlers. Battlers are nodes. Yeah. So we could just cast it and hope that that works. All right. Battler dot revive. And now we need to go make that. Okay, so set the visibility of the life bar to true and set your sprite animation to be your idle animation, whatever that is. Idle animation? Is that a thing? What is it? What's the animation? Default animation name. That's what it is. Oh, it's just default. Okay, fine. All right, that might work. Hey, Malmsey. Cool, quick elevator pitch. Yeah, this is like when the elevator only needs to go up like a quarter of a floor. Like Battle Celsia. Run out of there. I hear a lot of streamers say to keep a consistent schedule. Yeah. Yeah, I think in general, and I've talked about this before, but if you go on Twitch and you look at the software and game dev category, right now it has 4,000 viewers. That's not a ton. It's certainly more than some other ones, but you can see that the top 2 streamers have all but 1,500 of those viewers. So it's like, it's pretty highly consolidated in just a few streams at the top. and then it rapidly drops off. And this happens in a lot of categories. So like look at how many people are streaming with 10 or fewer viewers. Like 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 is probably like 30, 45, 60 something, 70 something, 80, I don't know. It's like 100 plus streams that do not have very many viewers. And again, it's not a problem, but now think if you get done streaming and you're like this person, you might rate another person and now they've got 2 viewers. Like how are people discovering these streams? And I think my general answer to that is there are some discoverability features on Twitch. You have tags and everything, you have stream titles, but it's other platforms. You will stream on YouTube as well. You'll make videos on YouTube. You'll post on TikTok or Instagram or something. You'll join a Discord and be like, "Oh, hey, I'm streaming now," and a couple people come join you. So basically, you'll like take from another community, not necessarily in a bad way, not in a selfish way, but yeah, that's the way you grow now. That wasn't always the case. Some people used to just search for streams on Twitch. I don't think it happens as much anymore. All right, so let's try this out. Let's restart this. Found that even players of games rarely like to watch them be built in technical streams. Lots of programming. Yeah. For sure, when I do more visual things, I get more viewers. When I'm in a code editor all day, people don't care as much. And it's because when you see this as the thumbnail, you're like, oh, this person's working on a game, and I can see the game. But when you see this as the thumbnail, you think, oh, they're working on a game, and who knows what they're working on. All right, so we're going to give them this ability. We're going to go to that location. By the way, this is taking a while, but I had planned on this being like the hardest ability to code. And then once we're done with this, I think the last one shouldn't be too bad. So this character should die. They should come back to life. Yep. Their life bar is visible now, but it's not correct. So we need to update what their life bar value should be. Yeah, so how do we do that? We set the visibility, but does something stop listening here? Huh. I guess nothing updates it anymore. Life bar dot set. I don't even know what function this would be. Health changed? We could just say health change 0. Oh, that's private. That's private. All right, well, we could technically... Wait a second. Why is this a problem? Just because this was... Do we need to revive them before we do this stuff? No, wait, we don't do that. What? Shouldn't this call health changed? It does. So then something's no longer listening for this? On health changed. It doesn't even do anything. What? The life bar must listen for health change then? Yeah, update life, health change right there. So it's not inside the tree, then don't do anything. Maybe they're not in the tree at that point? Yeah, they're not in the tree at that point. Okay, that's the problem. That should fix it. Okay, let's try this again. Good, good, good. Cool, great. All right, so this thing should die. Yep, nice. Everything's working. Okay, so now we have to clean up everything I just did, but I think that's all it will take. That was the hardest part. Let's take a look at this. So this is done. Need to consider what happens when someone dies in wave X and then revives in wave X plus 1. Oh, that's going to be a very hard scenario to set up. But I'm hoping there's no problem there. We'll test that at the end, I guess. What else do we have here? May want to reset cooldowns. Okay, this is just a game design question. Should we reset cooldowns? Let me look at what other abilities this character has. Is this? We have to reset cooldowns for normal revivals, or to make this character bad. So we're saying no to resetting cooldowns. Maybe we add like a tiny bit of time. We don't have to reset them. The normal cooldown is 7 seconds. So let's say 3.5 seconds. Well, let's say 5 seconds pass, and this character dies. They would have 2 seconds of cooldown normally, but we could just say any character that dies gets like +1 second for all cooldowns. So they end up with 3. That's not bad. This should never really matter. Have the bat attack themselves too. Actually, yeah, I guess I could do that. I could make them always target the mushroom, and then they die. I'll write this down. Could have them target the enemy with the, or could have the bat target the enemy with the lowest health, and then die. Then the next wave could be invincible. I don't care about this. I'm not going to do anything about this. We're just, the reset cooldown thing, I'm just going to delete. All right, so once close call persists, it'll affect dying blow. I don't know what this even means. What is close call? I don't remember any of these skills. Well, at less than 25% health, your power is increased. I wonder if this just works already. And I wonder what happens if you die and dying causes you to win. I think it probably just counts as you losing. All right, so what do? We do this and this. Yeah, so normally it says 38 damage, but it should do plus 50%. So now we send just the mushroom to the forest. And they should do more than 38 damage when they die. They don't do any damage when they die. We need another adventurer to be in there. Put the warrior in. And now hope there's a 50% chance that the mushroom dies first. Oh, nice. That worked. Wow, cool. That was great. All right. Yeah, that's just done now. Do we have some comment written here about how that doesn't work? Because it definitely works now. Yeah, seems like it's fine. Cool, cool, cool. We should probably write this in the commit message. Commit message. Make effects persist through death where appropriate. I can't type a thing. And then say close call now affects dying blow, which is how it should have worked. So that part's on. Make sure we don't subscribe to On Died twice during a battle. I guess we don't. Which means that anytime we revive that adventurer, where is it? Oh no, it's not reviving. It's when you do this. This should always get hit. So let's just restart the battle and speed this up. They didn't kill the mushroom. They gotta kill the mushroom. There, yes, this got hit. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we gotta change that to a dictionary. But yeah, that's working pretty well. And then need ally came to life to be called again, or else a cleric could be targetable. Is there an ally came to life? Yeah, here it is. Run on ally came to life. New ally. We should probably write that this is also when they revive. Oh, it says that. Wow. All right, well, that's pretty easy to do. Oh, you just keep revival battles. Nice. Yeah, nice. Okay, well, not too bad. Okay, now for the grunt work, we've got to go clean up the tooltip. And I wrote down what levels should do here. It's 10, so it's a cooldown. It's not really cooldown, it's like revive time. What do we call that? All right, well, what should the string say? So like after dying, okay, I don't know what to write for this. All right, let's write something stupid and then we'll massage it. So dying triggers a delay before reviving. Ugh, it's terrible. I mean, we could also make this flavorful. We could say something like after dying, the heart of the forest revives you. I don't know why this is so hard to come up with. Oh, and there needs to be room in the battle. We didn't even talk about that. We just call revive immediately. We need to know that there's space. Add battler, position first empty slot. Get empty slots. Okay, I need that to show up somewhere. What happens if there is no empty slot? Empty slot. We just assume it exists? That doesn't sound right. That definitely doesn't sound right. All right, Alex. I started learning code lately and started with C++. That's a language my university made us start with a long time ago. IML, this language is so good. I still understand why I never see it in S tier, in tier lists, or just opinions in general. I mean, any tier list is going to be based on some amount of opinion because they're going to base it on general purpose programming. I think some languages lend themselves better to certain problems. But anyway, if you're happy with C++, I'm not going to try to convince you otherwise. I will say C++ is a massive language, and you sort of have to ignore like 40% of it. If you know what 40% to ignore, that's fine. This is kind of the same thing with JavaScript. JavaScript isn't a massive language, but there's some of it you just shouldn't ever use, like the with keyword. In fact, some people don't even know that exists. And it's had to evolve a lot over time while maintaining backward compatibility. And then there are other sort of gripes, like my gripe with C++ is you have header files and implementation files. I don't like having multiple files for the same thing. Yeah, you're doing your own memory management. Certain pointer styles can make that easier for you. It's potentially a pro or a con. TypeScript for the JavaScript twin. Yeah, I generally agree. I wonder if TypeScript got rid of with keyword. With extends the scope change for a statement. So does TypeScript have that? There's using. Anyway, actually calling dispose at the end is like how other usings work, but JavaScript is just changing the scope of something. We never seem to check to see if we can add something to a battle, and I think summon should have the same problem, right? Yeah, it has space for battler. Wow, that's easy. In fact, why do we even have a team here? Can we just figure out the team ourselves? If I learn that, do I still need to learn JavaScript? I mean, you don't need to learn anything. You could technically just get by with C++ if you wanted to. Technically, if a language is Turing complete, you could make any other language in that language and then have the entirety of computing at your fingertips. With that said, yeah, I don't think you need to learn JavaScript. I think Lua scripting would be a nice way of extending whatever you're doing in C++. It's pretty embeddable into C or C++. So if the battle's ended, if you're dead, or if there's no space for the entity, but there is no way to write is space without getting the battler. So we need to get their team. Oh, that was easy. So yeah, if there's no space, then just return. This revive could have this stuff in here too, but we already have their health component. Yeah. But then we can't keep them in removed battlers. Project is making a game engine for 2D games. Like what Cuddlefish is talking about, I'd say if your goal is to make an engine, then, but yeah, by all means make an engine. If your goal is to make a game and you think I'm going to make my own engine and then make that game, I would say probably just use an existing engine and see what they provide. I don't think it makes as much sense as other people giving advice on the internet for people to make their own game engines. People say things like, "Oh, you'll have more control, they'll get a deeper understanding for what's happening." But now you're making two products at once. And this is kind of the whole reason why the popular game engines became the popular game engines. Like Unity, I think they were using it for some game they were making. Unreal was definitely being used for stuff. And they thought, well, let's just open this up to the public and then they'll help us find bugs and tell us what features we should be improving. And now they do have two products, games and game engines, but they have dedicated teams for that. This looks like it's working. Yeah. What did I change? I made it so that if there's space, and then we never came up with the wording for this. Yeah. There's an easy room in the battle. Will restore your life. This can only happen if there's still room in the battle. If there's still space in the battle, something like that. Okay, whatever. This is good enough wording. So we'll probably have to come up with something slightly better. But I think it's at least clear what's going on. So what do we say? After dying, the heart of the forest will restore your life. Will restore you back to life. Yeah, this can only happen if there's still space in the battle. Yeah, that's pretty good. Why can't I delete this? What's going on right now? All right, that should probably be a parenthetical note, though, which means we need the UI color thing. Note color, yeah, this. Hey, Grimsy. Balatro did it, Noida did it. Developing an engine depends on your end goal. Yeah, that's true. Especially if your end goal relies on some specific functionality. And hey, Janet, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hey, Zinka. Hey, Crash. How's it going? I was actually coincidentally just looking at the list of streamers in software and game development, and I saw that you were streaming, Janet. What were you working on? We are making a game called SKELESELLER here, and it is technically 5 minutes at the end of next fest. Okay, they still have the banner here because I think they started 5 minutes late, but this is probably going to get removed pretty soon. But yeah, it's a semi-idle game. You send adventurers into battle. They get loot for you. You sell it in your town and use that to upgrade your town. And I've been working on this for, what now, like 14 months. And now that Next Fest is done, we're working toward launch. So in the game right now, there are 7 adventurers. We're working on adding another 3. So we have this little mushroom character here. And they are a character that can revive themselves when they die, which we've just never had in battles before. So that's what we're coding right now. Stream too much, working on a game, tactical RPG without the RPG parts. So it's a tactical. That sounds interesting. I'm curious about how the RPG parts wouldn't be there. And it kind of makes me think of the similarities between like Dungeons and Dragons and Gloomhaven. Like Gloomhaven is Dungeons and Dragons without the role-playing parts, I guess. So I guess if I were, without knowing anything more, if I were to hear tactical RPG without the RPG parts, I'd think it's just battle after battle after battle. And it's more of a sandbox tactical game. But yeah, I'd love to hear more. Okay, so we came up with some text for this. After dying, the heart of the forest will restore you back to life. This can only happen if there's still space in the battle. Oh, by the way, what engine are you using, Jenna? Players can choose their party members from a cast of heroes. Sounds like you're playing a role. Sounds like these heroes become your characters. So I think you should advertise it as tactical RPG without the RPG with the RPG. I think that'd be a succinct description of it. Right, I'm thinking closure script and 3JS for the prototype. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about this in chat. Although I don't know how much, I don't even think you can scroll up after a raid. But talking about engine development versus just using an existing off-the-shelf engine. I'm using Godot for this. I'm pretty happy with the decision. for the last big thing that I sort of made my own engine, and I put this in quotes because no one's ever really totally making their own engine unless they're handling everything. It reminds me of that Carl Sagan quote. But I was making a game called Botland, and I was using Pixie.js for rendering, Howler for sound. I think we had something for input, like Hammer.js at one point at least for input, and some other various libraries for things. And it was just a mess. I didn't want to use that stuff. Then again, I probably could have improved some of those components. FF Tactics is one of the best. Yeah, I've played FF Tactics Advanced. They're apparently remastering Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics meets League of Legends. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, I'm not saying this to be pedantic. It still sounds like there are the RPG elements, because I would say that there are RPG elements in both of those games. But I guess the term itself is pretty overloaded. It literally just means role-playing game. So technically Zelda is an RPG. And yet a lot of people might not consider it that because they consider experience points to be core to the genre. But yeah. What did I just do? I needed to figure out what we're calling this. This is like revive time, I guess. Revive time header. Or time to revive, and then the amount of life you revive with. Life header. Life restored. Favorite role play is Doom Guy. Blasting demons. Revive delay. That's pretty good. Yeah, I like revive delay. Okay, then Heart of the Forest should be capitalized like this. All right, so what do we have here? We have revive delays and life values, life restored. And what did I say these are? 10 seconds, 9 and 8. And this is 10%, 30%, and 50%. Now, granted, I did just make up these numbers, but I think it's a good start. All right, so now we change these headers. This is going to be get life header. No, get revive time first. And we'll probably call this revive delay. Revive delay header. And change that. And then this is the get life header, I guess. Life restored. Need to get to the gym now. Have a great day. All right, take care, Zinka. Have a good time at the gym. Hey, Boomer, how'd the stream go? Aren't all games RPGs? I role play as the blocks in Tetris. I'm the S-shaped block. All right, so revive time can be this. That's fine. And then life restored is a percent. That's also fine. We don't have anything that needs to be put into here, so that can just be deleted. And I think that should look good. We can go try this out. Go try it. Which one? There's only one S. The other one's shaped like a 2, right? Am I nuts here? Tetris block names. What are those goofy names someone came up with a long time ago? 7 one-sided I, O, T, S, Z, J, and L. Yeah. Z, yeah. Or 2. You can be the square? No, I've claimed the S-shaped one. The red candy, the blood candy. The candies that are in the little sewing containers that grandma has. All right, so here's what this says. Let's see if it makes sense. After dying, the heart of the forest will restore you back to life. This can only happen if there's still space in that. Oh, that's not right. I looked for that and then never did anything about it. Note color. Yeah. This should have been in here. Spore cloud name isn't needed. And then the note color is something we got to pass in. Note. This can only happen if there's still space in the battle. Get description now passes in UI constants dot note color. What is it? Tools of text color. Then we can pass it in as note color colon. Sounds good. Let's try that. Past my honeymoon phase with Godot, now I'm in the annoyed phase because I'm trying to get nodes to work together in the main scene. Getting exception when my player token collides with the floor. I could potentially help with that if you post about it in Discord. I think some of this stuff, there's a learning curve for any kind of technology you're going to use, game engines especially, because they're combinations of technologies. And once you've gotten through some of those, I think it becomes a little bit clear what's happening. Not to say you won't still be annoyed by something, but hopefully the annoyance lessens. All right, so it's very hard for me to put this on the right spot of the screen. I don't know what's going on there. Heart of the Forest. After dying, the Heart of the Forest will restore you back to life. This can only happen if there's still space in the battle. So revive, delay, and life restored. Yeah, this seems pretty clear. Hey, Mars. So now those are the values. We're not using any of those values. So we need to pull them from our Heart of the Forest buff, which is here. The delay is going to be float delay equals Heart of the Forest, delay before revive, level. And then the amount that you get healed with revive or like life percent is going to be this, except for it's not called life percent. It's called something else. I don't even know what. I'm using a tutorial for a different type of game to learn how to build a Flappy Bird clone, so I'm sabotaging a bit. Yeah, like I said, if you post about it in Discord, I could potentially help with that. How much work do you believe to translate the game to other languages? Godot has some help with that. So there are two parts of localizing something. There's the fixtures that you make, and then there's the actual language. So the language part, I have no idea. I've tried learning other languages. I mostly only speak English, so I don't know how much effort it takes to translate. But the fixtures, yes, Godot provides some support, and then we coded some support on top of that. So whenever you look through, let's see, what's a good example? Something like this. These strings will all get put into a file that then someone would need to know the context of, and then they need to do the language part of it, of course. But like this is the work we need to do for the fixture part of things. So we've got them all in one spot. We've got parameters for anything that might go in here. If you ever need to pluralize something differently, we could pass in like the counts of things. So it's a decent amount of work. I think the way that this gets a little bit out of control is if you only start thinking about localizing close to launching your product, then you need to go through basically every single string in your code base and ask, is this user facing? Does it need to be translated? What context do we need for helping someone translate it? That stuff can get to be annoying. All right, so this is on the affected entity. So we can do abilities component dot get level of ability for entity. And that's everything. This is, I forgot what we call it, revive delays. Great, so that all works, but we don't actually use the delay. Now we do, and we don't use the life restored. Now we do. Although I guess we could do this in a slightly different way. We could just say revive if dead and not have heal if full be there. And, or we could just pass in how much life they should have. Set life, percent life. Percent life equals, let's pass that in. Float life percent. Yeah. Okay. Now what's the problem here? Property cannot be assigned to, it's read-only. Well, drat. Do we not have a, we don't have a? We can set life. I guess we can set life to percent life times max life. Oh, it is a little bit weird that I don't have that as a setter. Why would I not do that? Well, we could do it. Oh, there's also heal percent life. Yeah, in fact, let's just call it. Oh, wait, we can't do that. We need to set life to 0 to begin with. I don't want to do. I don't know. Heal percent life. This is technically going to be incorrect because revive if dead sets you to 1 life. So we need to say something like hc.life equals 0, which is going to modify the life, which is why we should just make a proper setter for this. Fine, let's do that. Okay, so get is going to be life divided by max life. And set is going to be life equals max life times value. That sounds correct. No, it's not correct. Life equals math.min max life. Unless life itself has a, no, it doesn't. Okay, yeah. So let's do that. Yeah, that should do it. Okay, I think we're done with that. Let's try that out. Now, unfortunately, the times for this are very long. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, and 8 seconds. 8 seconds is long enough for the battle to probably just end. At which point this skill is not very valuable to get. Well, let's put 3 points into this. So it's going to take 8 seconds. We're going to revive with some amount of health. Oh, you know how we can test this? We can just make our characters invincible after the mushroom dies. So let's do that. Oh, but the battle still needs to last for 10 seconds. Okay, so now we're invincible. And I guess it's 8 seconds. So we're waiting 8 seconds for this thing to come back with half life, which is, I think, oop. Well, that didn't work. Why not, though? I used to have revive if dead here, which just set life to 1. Oh, maybe we need to round this? What is their max life anyway? It's literally 1. So trying to set them to 50% life is probably setting them to 0. Actually, that's not true. It's setting it to 0.5. But I guess the health bar can't render like that. Turn this off. Go back here. Yeah, it's not showing a life bar at all. How did I mess that up? I guess because the life technically isn't changing. Oh. Oh. That is a very, very specific bug that we just found. Yeah. Ooh. So I guess we should actually set the life to 0 so that it will change. This is to make sure that the life value will change on the next line. It's a bit hacky. Like the proper way we would do this is by making sure that we emit on health changed even when it technically didn't. But there's no way to force that short of making sure that life is going to have a delta value there. Does life always show in value? No. When you die, your life bar goes away. So what we're doing is we're making it show again, but then the way to set it to the right value is to have the life value change, which it should do because you went from being dead to being alive. But in this one specific case, it's not doing that because your life value isn't changing, I think. I'm not totally positive. Let's take a look, though. So I'm going to put 3 points in this. We're going to do the same thing we just did. We're going to go to the volcano. And we're going to not do that. No, not do that either. That. There. Great. All right, so the character died, toggle invincibility, wait a little bit. They should come back with 50% health. Their bar still isn't showing, and I think... Oh, their animation also wasn't working. Did something break? No. We're reviving this, which sets us back to true and sets our animation. Huh, I'm not sure what's going on then. Let's put a breakpoint there and try this again. So we call it revive. This sets this thing to be visible again. And then sets the animation. That's all correct. Then we remove the battler. I wonder if I should have done this in a different order. Remove dead dot remove battlers dot add, and then remove them from the removed thing, and then add them. I don't see a problem with any of this stuff. This is good. Yeah, good, good. Huh. What's the issue then? We can't step into these properties? What's going on with that? I want to see what the setter did. Because it should go into here and then call on health changed. It's as though it didn't do that. Well, at this point, hc.life should be 0.5. It is. Very bizarre that it didn't trigger anything for that, though. I wonder if it removed... Wait, that can't be false, right? No, it's not. Yeah, I wonder if this is what messed up. All right, I wanna try that again then. Let's rerun this battle. I don't care about this. Wait, do I care about that? No, I don't care about that. Battle is over. Okay. So I want to put a breakpoint here and then skip to where we modify the life. Yeah, we set the life here. If we haven't requested an animation and we're not animating, then run this thing. This is because we call this twice in rapid succession. Probably. I would expect it to emit even if you do life equals life. Oh, wait. Yeah, I think you're right. So I think this might just have to do with us having a value of 0.5 for this. Because, yeah, we don't actually rely on this changing. So I can delete this. How about we try something else then? Because what I'm doing right now is not a real scenario. We've given this character so low life that they don't actually, they can't render it as an integer. What is the base life value here? 150. So it's this times 150. 14. So I'll have 14 life. I want them to have slightly less than that. Slightly less. So let's cut that in half. That should do it. Life can be fractional, but the life bar might not render that. I'm not totally sure what's going on yet. And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I really should just start a save file. Let's do that. Save. Oh, actually, let's save now. Okay, that way it's not as long for me to get back into this battle. So the character's going to die. We speed this up. They get revived. Let's just hit the play button and see, do they get their life bar back? They don't. Animation finish is already connected. So we're connecting that again. That's another problem. Finished plus equal this. This is in what, adding a battler on death handle. They don't disappear on death though, but this does happen. And then we never remove this. We fade out the life bar. We should also remove this animation. Okay, well, that's a minor thing. That happens in Battler. Battler dot, yeah. This should be removed. Removed. But otherwise, there's no actual problem going on here. 0, so the value should match. Yeah. Trace what the death does in UI and then undo that. Thanks, Chaos. I appreciate it. Also, hi. Huh. Well, I think whatever code I used to have in the battle system, it was working, and then I did something here. So let's copy what we have now and then just Command Z a bunch of this to where I got rid of the has space for battler thing. So this stuff was working fine. Hey, Chef Alton. So what's the difference between that and this? Revive. So we call revive, remove battlers, add battler, revive if dead, heal the full. So the only difference is setting percent life instead of revive if dead and heal the full. Revive if dead was just set life to 1. Heal the full was set life to max life. Yeah. I don't see a problem with that. And I'm setting the life to the right amount. And it is triggering this, and that is setting the life bar thing. That's the actual life value. And actual life should be a progress bar, right? Yeah, it is. Well, we're not seeing this thing be visible. That means that this part's probably messing up, because I'm also not seeing the animation set correctly. I don't... Oh, maybe something is removing this from the battle? Because the only real difference is that I set this to... Okay, hang on, let me try something. The only real difference is that this used to be 0.5 seconds. So what if I set this back to 0.5? If that fixes things, then it turns out that we are probably disposing of this. Played the game and loved it. Can't wait for the full version. I'm glad to hear it. Nice, serious. Yeah, Next Fest should be officially over now. Let's take a look. Steam Next Fest. Actually, I just shouldn't type that. I should just type Steam. It still shows this. Maybe, I mean, Next Fest isn't running anymore. Oh, wow. 50 most played demos of the event. Okay, so this is their like wrap up thing. I wonder if any idle games made it in here. No, it didn't. What if we type simulation? Backseat drivers. Date everything. Box bakery. All will fall. Water park simulator. Use them to keep track of other values, not just time frame. I mean, I guess you technically can, but you probably shouldn't. I think just using it for time frames is what they're expected to be used for. This has a pre-purchase thing there already. Anyway, interesting. Is there anything else you can see from this? No, you can't. It's just this. So yeah, Next Fest is over and you can't see the games that were in Next Fest anymore other than these 50. Wait, did I play that game? No, I didn't. I think I played Neon Abyss 1 though. Interesting. Kind of tired of the simulator games. You mean like the like sort of realistic simulator games? Like Power Washing Simulator? Because I was gonna say technically SKELESELLER is considered a simulation game, but it's like the very abstract simulation. Like you're never gonna be a skeleton running a shop. In that sense, it's more like an RPG, I guess. Has your time node to keep track of players' score? Oh, really? Where is that tutorial? Because I wonder if this is doing something different from what I would expect. I don't even know where their tutorials are. Yeah, I'd be curious. Yeah, if you can find it. A few calls to take. My goal is to make a game engine and later make a game. I'm aware it takes a whole lot of time, and I'm just not interested in using a pre-game engine. I have hundreds of features I don't need, and if my game requires features that the engine doesn't provide, I'll have to code it myself. I think a lot of your assumptions are not true here. So one is you can sometimes use whatever language you want, or like close to whatever language you want. So Godot, for example, has extensions for well, there's lots of different languages. Two is that if my game requires something it doesn't provide, I'll have to code it myself. This is true, but the odds there's something you want that no one else ever wanted is slim. Unless you're making a very unique game. Let's say you just said, "Oh, I want to make a platformer. I want to make a whatever a roguelike card game." Probably you'll just be able to use what the engine provides and do what you want to do. With that said, I'm not necessarily trying to convince you to do something or another thing. I'm just saying I think you should have the information. Like you should think of the probabilities of these things. And if you're like, okay, well, whatever, I still want to do this, yeah, totally fine. Yeah. We're all skeletons, but not all of us are employed. You think someone uses that as an identifier for themselves? Yeah, I like to swim. I'm a skeleton. I work part-time. Technically a time frame. Yeah. Yeah, you can post links here, by the way. Yeah, I was gonna say having a timer store something is technically possible because there's set meta and get meta, but I wouldn't ever do that. All right, let's load this. I should really take a break. I do want to see if this fixes things magically though, just by having this be on a shorter timer. It does. Oh, you know why? Probably because it's animating and it hasn't finished animating by the time this thing revives. That's probably what's going on here. That's pretty interesting. So life bars still don't show properly when reviving, unless the revive is super fast. I think it has to do with the animation that's still ongoing. Oh, the first 2D game thing. Gotcha. Yeah, so like what do they use their score timer for? Increment the score every second. They must have a timeout here then that says to increment it. Where's their timeout? On score timer timeout. Yeah. Their timer is not storing anything else. It is just used for the time. Trying to make a game like Factorial, like an automation game. I'm sure a lot of engines can help me make it, but I think the learning purposes motivate me a lot. First engine you'll complete might take a few years, but after that it won't take as long. Yeah. Have you done any multi-year long projects before like that? Because I think that's another thing that you might be underestimating. I think a lot of people start projects like that and then get a few months in and realize like, oh man, I've already learned so much in that few months that I don't like the code base I have. And they just end this, they enter this endless refactoring loop. Build the OS and then the application I want to write. Battle for time and convenience results in vaporware. Yeah. This is pretty much what I was in the process of saying, the vaporware thing. Like I said, still pursue it, still try it, still, you know, you'll learn a lot doing it, and maybe you learn that you don't like the path you took for that. Maybe you learn that you want faster velocity or something. Well, like I said, I think it's worth considering that. Let's say you're a beginner at coding, you code anything for like 5 months, you'll learn so much that your code from week 2 will look terrible to you. So now you go back and you fix your code from week 2, but it's like your code from week 14 also probably looked bad. So you're basically gonna like refactor the whole thing and start again. Or you don't refactor, you're building on bad code. You eventually learn lessons about maintainability in general. You know, the more I kind of think about this, there's a general thing playing out here, which is like there are people give advice based on sort of like collective knowledge or experience. And then a newcomer might come around. By the way, none of this is intended to be insulting or derogatory here. A newcomer comes around, they wouldn't have that knowledge or that experience. That's why they're a newcomer. And they think, I want to do something in a certain way. And here's what I'm doing that's different from those people. So I remember, here's an incredibly silly, and it's like comically stupid. But when I started working out, like when I started lifting weights, I was like, I know something these people don't. I'm gonna have protein shakes. I'm gonna get ripped super fast. And that's when I learned that, wait a second, everyone knows this. Like I'm not doing anything different. Um anyway, I think it's very likely that if you tackle a multi-year long project as one of your first projects, you will not succeed at that project. It's incredibly likely. There's like a 99% chance you're not going to succeed at that. And it doesn't matter knowing anything other than you're a newcomer to this thing and that you're tackling a multi-year long project. It's whether you're writing a book, whether you're making a game, whether you're making a game engine. I think it's going to be tough. So if you know that going into it, then your eyes are wide open. Yeah. I'll wait until I have enough experience before even attempting my first engine. Oh, I thought this whole conversation was around you wanted to make an engine now. Yeah. Okay. Well, I misunderstood. Okay, so we got to find out what's going on in life bar, that the animation here is actually making this thing function. Its wait time is actually set to half a second. So we got to make it within that half a second, I guess. This is in process. There's also a fade out here. Fade out happens from battler. What does this do? Disappear? So adventurers can be revived. Anything else can't be revived? Only adventurers can be revived for now since they don't disappear from battle. So fade out's never called. We also set the shadow to be invisible. That's another thing I gotta fix. I didn't even realize that. And we fade out the life bar. Oh, wait, is that the problem? This is going to trigger a tween. It's going to take an entire second to do this. So when we try... No, there shouldn't be any other... Oh, its modulate is going to be 0. Its alpha is going to be 0. So we're showing... Okay, I see what's going on then. We're showing the life bar, but we are not setting its alpha back to the right thing. Life bar dot modulate equals colors dot white. Okay, that might fix things. There's still something a bit weird going on here though, but I'm gonna have to fix that later. So let's set this back and now let's try it again. The adoption, there are some serious frame rate issues. Yeah, I just read something I think this morning about that they're working on improving some of those. Bird falls, and if you flap, it moves up a bit and then keeps falling. So something to consider is there is a built-in gravity for Godot. If I just make a node here, let's search for Fireball. This is going to look a little bit weird, but I'm going to drag this node over here. And then I believe, what has this? Character body 2D? Something has gravity. I don't know what has it in Godot. Godot gravity. Physics. Area 2D has gravity, apparently. Or rigid body has gravity. Yeah, so we could add a rigid body and then put this fireball under it and then give this thing gravity as a gravity scale. And then, yeah, if I just play this scene, delete me, we should see the fireball fall down the screen. Yeah. So you could potentially just use the built-in gravity if you want to. All right, where'd delete me go? We got to go get rid of that. There it is. Hey, Musco Busto. I'm not saying making your own engine is dumb. Like I said, it all comes down to what your goals are. If it's to learn, then I think that's a great goal. If it's to like have a commercial engine, then I'd say it's probably a pretty unreasonable goal. You'd have to come up with what you're doing that's different. And if it's to make something specific for your game, it's probably not the best use of your time, but it could be. All right, let's load this game. We'll try this again. All right, so the character dies. They should revive after some amount of time. They should have their shadow again. I want to take a picture of this. I don't think their animation was playing. Yeah, no, something's definitely broken there. Something's super broken there. Something else is happening in between the 0.5 seconds and the 8 seconds that we have here. And I don't know what it is. The death animation doesn't loop, does it? I actually almost wonder if it's better to just delete this battler and add another battler in their stead that's practically exactly the same. Might not be a good idea to do that, though. All right, I really should just take a break. I've been working for like 2 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, let me take a break. I'll be back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. again. All right, close the game. Hey, Quickie Joe. Hey, Romo. All right. So, yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff happening over here. I wonder how much of this is due to having 2 animation finishes on here. Yeah, in fact, now that I think about it, that is what's going on, isn't it? It's finishing an animation, and then it's running this again, which is fading out the life bar again. Oh, that wasn't exactly what I was seeing, but it's something similar, I think. So this thing comes back to life. And then let's toggle invincibility. It's not running its animation at all. And then its life bar fades out when it's done with the animation. Very interesting. I am still wondering if this was a dumb way of doing things. Like, what if we deleted the original battler and just added a brand new one that had the same properties as the old one? It would reset all of the state, which would be what I want to do. So we call add adventures to battle. Take adventures out of battle. Where do we add these? Create player battlers. Here it is. So what does this do? This wouldn't work at all. We need to copy the effects. So I should just figure out how to get this thing working. Sprite animation finished. We need to keep track of this for if they revive. And we don't track this anywhere else? No. Battle animated sprite component. Oh, wait, we removed the animated finish listener here, which means that we're not looping our animation anymore. Oh my God. Well, there's the problem. Yeah, there's the problem. All right, how do I want to do this? Battle animated sprite. That animated sprite should be the same as this one. And then we have an animation finish thing that I want to delete. When this thing dies again. What have I done? I had this written down from a while ago. We never had a plan to add revives to the game. And I was always like, well, if we do, then I'll fix some of these things. And that's what we're doing now. I don't think it would have been smart to add revives originally if we had no reason to use them. It's not like the battle system needed it. Then I just started designing characters that had a revive ability. So yeah, this is our problem. We're removing this. Something needs to add this back in, basically. Yeah, which is going to be set animation for entity. Okay, that's easy enough to do. And where do we must set this to... we don't set this anywhere. It's only in specific abilities that do this. Loop equals false. Otherwise, it plays a default animation name and removes the handler. This should automatically loop and then never finish. I don't know if this is the problem exactly, or if it's... I know for sure I need to get rid of this. But I don't even like that this is here. Like, we already have this concept of animation finished handler being in this thing. Why don't we just use that? C.animation finished is equal to whatever unfinished thing we have. and then set this there so that we can remove it. Oh man, okay. C.animation finished equals fade out. C.animation finished. Here we set it to this. That should work. And that way, when this is done, we can remove these things. Which I guess we never do. I don't like this. Yeah, I don't like this. On died. All right, so here's what I want to have happen here. Like on animation finished. This is going to do two things. It's going to run C.animation finished. And then it's going to remove this listener. This is still stupid. I still don't like this. We remove the listener, what here? Remove animation finish listener. If it's not null, remove it. Yeah, there. Okay, we can just call that. And then put this here. No, that won't work. What am I doing? Oh, God. All right. I'm still messing this up. Hmm. Wait a second. I think this code's wrong too. We're adding this onFinish function, but then we're only ever removing a portion of it. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, this is just complex. Yeah. Another sandwich. How did Next Fest end up? It was okay. It wasn't bad. Do you mean to do sprite.animation finish minus equal XX inside the onFinish? So I want to remove all of its handlers. I know I could just null it out. Well, not all of its handlers. I want to remove this one handler that we have. Where is it? I think it was in here. Yeah. So whatever C.animation finished is, when this thing finishes up, I want to use that. Let me close every other tab I have open right now. And then I want to go into this, because this code, this has what I want. Hey, typical. Make any major decisions? Just I need to focus a lot more on marketing. So I'm going to start that today. Probably not on stream, but maybe I'll do some research on stream. So this is the code that I want here, or similar enough. I want to run something that calls this, and then also run some other thing. We didn't even fade out the shadow. I should fade out the shadow too. Oh, I didn't do that. What's your plan? I'm going to reach out to influencers, and I need to find them, and then the writing the email part should be pretty easy. But yeah, it's pretty much just going to be compile a list of influencers based on what they've played, what sorts of games they like, and eventually reach out to bigger and bigger ones until they just stop saying yes to playing the game. And then realize that that's when they probably want money. And then, yeah, then ask all your moms to follow me on social media. Yep, that's a great idea. So I want to fade out this life bar and then not have animation finish run again. Hmm. There's another way I could do this. Every fade out that we have here has a tween. We can just keep track of the tween and then just get rid of it. No, we can't. What am I talking about? Or we could have one fade out that handles this for everything. Fade out being this should disappear on death. In fact, why didn't I do that? Huh. Why didn't I do that? That seems like it's a smarter way of doing things. Should be a lot cleaner too. We just have one fade out function. So if should disappear on death, is it because this doesn't exist anymore? No, it should still exist. Yeah, if it should disappear on death, then run this. And if it shouldn't disappear on death, then run this. Fade functions, fade out the life bar. And that way, no matter what we do, we can just call fade out. Wait, no, that's got to be when we come. Oh my God. All right, I hate this. Oh man. Yeah, I want one consolidated way of doing this. The problem is I have this animation here, and when I get done, I want to run fade out. Okay, I think I can get this to work. Yeah, I think I can get this to work. So once this thing is done, and then this can remove this from here. But we need this sprite to match whatever we had. Why is this even saved off? It's the sprite node and we added here. So we can get this from, yeah, this should just exist. Yeah. Okay, so now we don't need any of this. Okay, I think this is probably right. How much money can a guy get? Can a guy with 2 million followers on Twitch demand? Followers is a like an irrelevant metric on Twitch. It's all about how many eyes will you reach. And for that, you'd want to know the average concurrent viewership. So as an example, like I have, I don't know what, 30,000 followers or something on Twitch, and I have about 100 average viewers. There are some like up and coming streamers who might have 8,000 followers but have 500 average viewers. If you're an advertiser, you only care about this number. The followers doesn't really matter. Because there's no other way to reach your followers on Twitch. It's just go live. I think at one point they had the ability to post or something. They might actually still have that, but yeah, I don't think it really matters. Do I make YouTube videos? I occasionally do. I don't really make a lot. Do I have a YouTube command here? Yeah. That's not really technically true anymore that I'm trying to grow my YouTube channel. I'll just edit that. Adam's YouTube channel is here. Okay, so what's this going to do? It'll probably still break. It'll break in new and exciting ways. And when we revive this, I guess we've got to remove any handlers that might have been here. So like this shouldn't exist on revive. Didn't expect the videos to be SWE lectures. Yeah, some of them are. Some of them are just random. I don't know. There's a lot of random stuff on that channel. All right. So how does this look when they revive? They're still not running their animation. What is going on? I just don't get that. We call revive. We set spray animation right there. Oh, maybe because it was stopped? I actually had not thought about that, but that's probably what's going on. It probably stops the animation at some point. Okay, my bad. I thought setting the animation was enough to do the same thing that play does. Maybe it is, and maybe this isn't going to be functional here. There we go. Yeah, nice. I fixed it. Okay, well, I think we have gotten this working. Man, that was something. Did we fix the animation finish thing? Attempt to disconnect a non-existent connection. Signal animation finished. I thought that wouldn't be a problem. Yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised it does complain about that. I guess because this is running something underneath Godot. Oh, because it's a Godot signal. Oh, man. Drat. So we do need to keep track of whether we added this thing and then just remove it if it needs to be removed. So in this case, we know for sure it would need to be removed, although it might have already been removed before that. In which case we could track it in the battle animation sprite component. So BC equals get this. Okay, this has the remove animation finish listener. If it's not null, remove it, set it to null. Yeah. Cool. Now we do that here. C.animation finished equals fade out. Add a listener for it. And then just remove it here. Which we already just did right here. And that should stop all of the problems from happening. If I could find that line of code. Which I can't. There it is. Okay. Any other problems with this? Like I said, this has taken a long time, but I'm okay with this because we need to use revives for 2 other characters in the game. So having coded this, it should all just work, I hope. Although maybe we'll run into some other issue down the line. But if I start this battle, go back here, click speed up. Mushroom dies, they come back to life. They die again. They won't come back to life as the battle's over, but none of those errors should be printing out. Yeah. All right. Life bars don't show. So now we need to test this. What happens when someone dies in wave X and gets revived in wave X+1? So it could have the bat target the enemy with the lowest health and then die. And then the next wave could be invincible. Is there an easier way to test this? I guess just any battle that's ongoing. Like if I go, what's the first one with waves? This one. So if I go here and I just level up all the other adventurers, it'll just coincidentally work at some point. Excuse me. Okay, so let's go to level 5, and level 5. And give them some skills. There. Now go into battle and hope that that works. So I need this character to die and then only revive in the next wave. I mean, it worked. But they might be able to revive in the middle of the battle, in which case everything would just break. You know, I've always wondered, how does game testing during development work? How do you get a save at the stage in the game where you want to test something? The way that any testing works is it's set up a scenario that at least could be problematic. and then run it and then validate it. So the way you might do this in a game would be, yeah, you like load a save file. Alternatively, you could just set up all of the variables directly. So in SKELESELLER, for example, we might say something like build the farm, like plant 3 crops, and then try to harvest all 3. This doesn't require that we have a save file. We could just call the like create farm function and then like a farm dot. I don't actually have these functions, but like imagine plant crop apple, plant 3 of those, and then just try to harvest all, farm dot harvest all. And then at the end of this, you might say something like validate, assert farm.crops is 0. Yeah. And that you got some food from this, that sort of thing. Okay, take care, M2. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Everyone talks about software engineer, never CS. Is CS inferior or what? So software engineer, I would say, is just the more practical term for someone who codes. Someone who codes, creates software, that sort of thing. Whereas a computer scientist could just be doing theoretical stuff. It's not a guarantee, but I wouldn't call myself a computer scientist. I have a CS degree. And I don't know that I'd ever really use that term, computer scientist. So yeah, I think it's just a terminology thing. You can have an entire game state and save it to a file. Most people don't do it a lot. Yeah. All right. So what did we just talk about? Oh yeah, that during the wave this could happen. It's because right now we're okay. Yeah, I think the real problem here is that Heart of the Forest is updated on a timer, and it can't be a timer because a timer is going to run no matter what. I think that means that this effect needs a process, which I think we even have. Are you kidding me? We don't? Wait, seriously, we don't? Oh, there's update. Okay, yeah, I don't know why I called it update, not process. It pretty much is process. In fact, what uses this? There are only like 4 of these. Okay. Oh, you know what? There's a timed effect. Why didn't I just use that? Why didn't I use that? I guess it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I could either just keep a timer in here, or I could use a timed update that says revive after some amount of time. Either one should work, and it should work totally fine even between waves. But yes, there is a bug the way we have this written right now. There is a bug in that the character could try to revive mid transition between phases. Yeah, oh yeah, degrees can have the different names too for that stuff. Yeah. Like software engineering at University A could be the exact same thing as computer science at University B, or have such an overlap that there's really no meaningful difference. Does it make a difference if you took CS or software engineering? No, like I said, it all depends on essentially what do you know? Like how can you affect that job? I don't think they're ever just going to say, oh, you got a degree in X. Yes, let's hire you. They're going to interview you still. And then based on how you do in the interview, it doesn't matter if you were an English major or if you have no degree. If you know how to code, if you know how to do the job, they'll hire you. Okay, so we got to do this. And we got to keep track of how long until the revive. So private float time until revive. This is only the case if you died. So something like that. So here we get to say did die equals true, and then get the delay that we're supposed to have. The delay is actually just time until revive. And then we delete this. We override update If you didn't die, don't do anything. Subtract that. If it's less than or equal to 0, to die is false. And then call this, which is just going to be put into here. We don't need the delay now anymore. We don't need any of this. We just revive them. This is so that we could get life percent, which I just accidentally deleted. We should probably also just make this a something like that. Yeah. Revive. Cool. That technically needs a battle system, so let's pass that in. All right, so let's look at this. On death, we figure out how long it should take until you revive again. Oh, this is not correct. Wait, yes, this is correct. You have to have Heart of the Forest for you to have gotten here. So we know for sure that this is going to be a non-zero amount of time. Then in update, we check to see if you died. If you did, we update this time. And then revive you if you died. Yeah, okay, let's try that out. Okay. So let's send those two characters into battle. We just need the mushroom to die. Oh, no, we not only need the mushroom to die, we need the witch doctor to live for 8 seconds. That might not be possible. Maybe. Will mushroom come back? Come on. What just happened? I feel like this didn't work. No, this is not correct. Time until revive is in second. Oh, no, that is correct. Wait, then what's the problem here? Let's just put a breakpoint here. And let's throw in another battler, the warrior, sure. All right, so the mushroom should die. They're not even getting hit. There they are. All right, so then they set time to revive to be what, 8? Yeah, 8 did die is true. So now an update, this should get hit automatically. It's not because the character's dead. Update isn't called when they're dead. Yeah, that's the problem. Process effects checks right here. If you're dead, don't update anything. Okay, so what should we do for this? We don't update effects while you're dead. We could have an update while dead function. Yeah, that's just a no-op for everything other than this. Or we could have a Boolean saying whether to update when this thing is dead. I don't think it really matters. What else can we do here? We could run update for everything. I think that would be a problem because there are going to be some effects that do things while you're dead, and I don't want them to have to check whether you're dead. What is it? Luminescence, I think? Yeah, luminescence. What does this do? Add raise. Yeah, and add raise doesn't check to see if you're dead. And then can call functions while you're dead. So yeah, I like the other idea. We just call an update on dead. That's fine. Probably distinguish between dead and incapacitated. I don't think we need to do that. Because this effect just runs when you're dead. There's nothing that would run exclusively when you're incapacitated. So that state shouldn't matter. All right, so this is update while dead, which means that this is technically update while living. Now we could also just bump this into the update function, and it can figure out if you're dead or not, and then do something. So I don't really care which one of these we go with. Timed effect only does this while you're living. Timed effect doesn't have any persist through death calls. No, it doesn't. Wouldn't really make sense, I guess. All right, so on the effect system, we just do that. Update while dead. Otherwise, update while living. All right, looks good. And then we change this to update while dead, which necessarily means you must have died. So now we don't even need this here, which means we also don't need this or this or this. Okay, now let's try that out. Who have you been sending in? The warrior and the witch doctor? Damn. Alright, so the character should die. Why are they taking multiple hits? No, something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Something's incredibly wrong. Collection was modified. Line 24 of effect system. Oh, because one of the effects can revive you. Oh, darn it. Okay, so we need to consider this something like Battler was summoned. What a stupid problem. Yeah, what a stupid problem. Thanks, Namo. I didn't do any of the art myself. Ben Awad. I don't know who that is. Are they already on this list? No, they're not. All right, let's add. So summon. What does this do? It fades in the battler and then run on ally came to life. This is actually pretty interesting. We could add them as a battler summoned. We only ever do this here? We didn't even need to consider this to be summoned then. Huh, interesting. Using built-in gravity caused me to go down a rabbit hole. Yeah, I think until you realize all the different tools that are in the toolbox, it's hard to evaluate which ones you should use. This is kind of how I think of card games. You know, let's say you're an expert card game player. You played every card game, you're #1 in the world, and then you play Hearthstone for the first time. You don't know what cards you even need to play around. So your very first game, there's no way you could be as good as the best Hearthstone player, even if you're provably the best at every single other game. Because you don't know, does a card exist that wipes out your entire board or that does 4,000 damage? Like, I think it's the same thing with game dev. You don't know what tools exist or how things are done at first. So like default gravity, built-in gravity, you might not have known existed. So then you start tinkering around with it and you're like, oh, I used a rigid body. Now how do I just move this thing? And then you realize, okay, now you can only apply impulses to a rigid body. So maybe you want a different system that has gravity and lets you move it naturally. And I think that's where character body 2D comes in. Alternatively, you could make your own gravity. Hang on one second. Okay. Yeah, so this is like summoning a battler. There is the fade in thing here, which I guess doesn't really make sense. But yeah, we can't just add in this battler immediately. Because this is doing remove and add. Yeah. We could track them in their own list of battlers to be revived. Yeah. But we'd also need to track them with how much life they should have when they're revived. Yeah, I think I want to do that. Private, read only. Let's do it this way. And this is their life percent. So this is battlers to revive. So we do this stuff. We actually can't check for the space here. I guess if revive doesn't work, then you're just dead for good. That does seem kind of weird. Maybe we need to keep trying. Bird flies to the top of the screen and never comes down. As long as gravity is affecting them, if you don't have any colliders at the top of your screen, there shouldn't be anything special about going off the top of the screen other than the camera's not there. There are a lot of cool things you can do with Godot, though. Like, while the game is running, you could change the camera position, or you could investigate what the scene looks like and see where is the bird or what are the properties on that bird. All right, so where do we do the space check for this? I guess we do it here and we trust that nothing else would have added this thing. We can't do that. We would need to do it later. So I just need to do battlers.revive, battler equals life percent. And then get rid of pretty much all of this. And this will be like add revived battlers. Yeah, I don't like how I've done a lot of this. This life percent comes from over here. So I guess we do node battler float life percent in this. And we had this copied in 2 different spots, I think. No, we just marked that they should be revived. Then we don't wait for there to be space. So no matter what, we got to remove this thing at some point. So then we're going to clear this out. It's possible there wasn't space, in which case, what even happens? I guess the battler just stays dead. Yeah. All right. Let's try that. Oh, I have it clamped. It says at the top of the viewport. Okay, it's possible then that you're not adding enough to the position to get it outside of the clamping range. No, that doesn't make any sense. It's possible there's a rendered position versus a tracked position. Like imagine you have a variable like vector2 position, and you have like the rendered position. So I guess like bird dot position, and you might be clamping this position, but it's still like flying off the screen or something. Wrap the function and filter for only battlers that can be revived. Then you can do revive and clean up in one step. There are 2 things at play here. One is there's a concurrent modification exception with iterating over battlers and then modifying them. That's the main reason why we did this. But 2 is that then by making it asynchronous, we have to validate that this condition is still met. Hey Slash GA, thanks for the raid. How'd the stream go? Gravity's not being applied. Gravity should be just a constant force being applied at all times. How's progress? It's going pretty well. We're almost done making the mushroom character. I'm trying to get their revive ability to work, which is proving to be a little bit difficult. So when they die, after some amount of time, I think it's 8 seconds, they should revive. So they should come back pretty soon. And then they should just resume battling like normal. Oh, nothing's calling this function, so nothing's going to revive this. Whoops. Okay, hold on a second. Let me fix this. Yeah, so same thing here. If battlers to revive.count, then add revive battlers. We don't even need this count here. If all we're going to do is iterate over these anyway, then this doesn't matter. Is this async? What I mean by asynchronous here is that the time when we want to revive someone is not exactly the time when we do revive them. It's using all synchronous calls, but the scenario itself is asynchronous. I made Pong today. Beyond that, just some Next Fest games. about that. How's your wish listing going? And then some MTG. Oh, nice. Sounds like you did a lot. Yeah. Are you specifically tackling the 20 game challenge, by the way? And the wish listing, I think we averaged about 60 wish lists per day during Next Fest. So it wasn't amazing. It wasn't that bad either, though. Do you need to have a check for space? The dead adventurers take up space, but dead summons don't. So if we ever did revive them, then there'd be a problem. And I don't want to change this code too much for if we end up reviving them. Oh, wait, that's what I was about to check. Does the summon code actually need this if statement around it? I guess it's just saving a function call potentially. So in this case, no, it's not going to make a change. Oh, it will, sort of. And then what's this one do? I guess technically all of them do. So I guess we could just add this here. Yeah, fine. Not tackling the game challenge. Didn't know about it. Been focusing on making sure I get my daily dose of programming. I see. Okay, well, I'll link this thing to you anyway in case you're curious about it. Whoops. I keep trying to open this in the browser, but Godot was stealing the focus. Here, this. Yeah, so there's a list of games, and Pong is coincidentally the first one. So they say what your goals are, you know, what you want to do if you want to keep pursuing it afterward, and then you can move on to the next game, which is Flappy Bird, and keep on going through this list if you want to keep learning different stuff. Okay, so let's load up the game, and let's try this out. Click that, and that. I'm waiting for the mushroom to die. That's already problematic. Oh, God. They shouldn't be able to take 19 damage. I don't know what's even allowing them to do that. Okay, they pop back up. What is their life value? It's 7. What? I think my save file is broken. Adventurer class is 8. So we need to find the one whose class is 8. There it is. Their life is set to 3.5. Oh, it's taking 19 damage then. Huh. Yeah, I think it's a good way of ramping up difficulty /G8. Plus, you can talk to Boomer Tester about it. You can both help each other. Okay, well, this looks very problematic. And the other thing, too, when we load the game, they are healing. That part makes sense. We see their life bar fill up. Although, now that I think about it, how would that even be possible? There's a lot of stuff going wrong here. So if they die... Oh, wait, I can't flee the battle if they die. In fact, even that right there was just wrong. What happened? Let's go to battle system, deal damage. Yeah, here. Just put a breakpoint there and rerun this. So the damage should be 10. Yeah, it's 10. And the amount of life this thing has should be ecs.getComponent, health component, target. It's 7. What? What's going on? It should just deal 7 damage then and kill it. Where do we apply this? Here it is, right here. What does this do? Take damage. Was dead should be false. Life should be 7. Damage should be 10. Oh, I was like, why is it not 10? But it's very close to 10. The mushroom has some fortitude. I forgot about that. That doesn't matter, though. So now we call on died. On died must not be doing what it should be doing. The battle system listens here. So it's going to know that this thing died. And then is there any other listener for this? The battler itself on death handle. All right, so we go into both of these. There's this one. Play adventure death. Sounds good. Add it to dead battlers. Then shouldn't we check for the end of battle? Hmm. Check for end of battle should be called, I'm pretty sure. Is that only when we remove battlers? Advance to next stage? Well, that's confusing. Should check for end of battle. What is that set to? Name does not exist in the current context. Can we do like that? No. This thing is the wrong kind of battle system. This is false. Oh, it's gonna put it right there. Okay, so that'll set it to true. And then in the next frame, it's gonna run its process. Okay, so then it should know to end the battle at that point. Regular battle system process. All right, so I put a breakpoint there. It should get hit. Perfect. Should check for end of battle is true, I hope. It is. We go into this. So team has no members alive. This one should be true. What is this doing? To list. What are you doing here? Living battler. What? Cannot convert from a list. Oh, yeah. It thinks it's a 3.5 life now. What? It died. I wonder if it's because the regeneration thing is still working. No, wait a second. No, that's how much life it would have if it revived itself. So it probably revived itself. So that means that this thing probably happened. But I don't know how that would have happened. So let's find out why that did. Let's just quit that, I guess. Yeah, it must have revived. Gotta be ready for an appointment. All right. Thanks again for the raid. Hope you have a good appointment, whatever that might be. It shouldn't be immediately reviving. I'm kind of curious what I messed up for this to happen. So as soon as it gets hit, it's probably reviving. Here's deal damage. Now we hit the play button. And yeah, revive gets called immediately. Why? Time until revive. Oh, I guess update while dead is called before on death is called? Huh. Yeah, huh. Well, let's put a breakpoint there too. Might as well verify that. Restart this. An appointment. Magic the Gathering appointment. Buying packs of cards. This should be pretty easy to fix, whatever this particular problem is. So we call deal damage that should have called on death and it didn't. What's responsible for calling this? Oh, it's called on the next frame. That's the problem. I see. Okay. We can just check has died here. It's just a little weird. Alternatively, what we could do is we could set this to some super high number. And it would be fine, I guess. Set it to like float.max value. And then whenever you revive, we set this thing back. It just won't be clear why we did this. And it's how we handle dead battlers. Okay, well, let's clear out all our breakpoints. So the way this should work is in 2.5 seconds after starting a battle with the mushroom, it dies and it's just dead and the battle's over. Yep, now it's working. All right, so now when we load a game and we try the same thing, but over here and with other adventurers in the party, the mushroom will hopefully die. They still are not. There they go. Then we wait 8 seconds, which we just sped up. They pop back up to life. Then they should eventually attack. Hey, they did. Nice. They'll die again. Now they probably won't revive because I don't think 8 seconds will pass. Nope, they popped right back up. All right, looking good. Looking good. Wow. Okay, let's write some things down here. We keep track of a time so that we only run this on death. Note, we don't use a timer so that we don't end up trying to revive in between waves of a battle. So this is all done. The tooltip is done. Right? This is good, hopefully. I didn't even take a picture somehow. All right, what's it say? Can't you move this off screen somehow? Okay, there we go. Oh, I see. It moves it back on when you do that. So I got to stop at one scroll. Oh my God, it's so hard to do that. The physical scroll wheel goes twice. Okay, well, whatever. After dying, the heart of the forest will restore you back to life. This can only happen if there's still space in the battle. Revive delay, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Life restored, 10%, 30%, 50%. Okay. So like Crossout had mentioned, the mushroom shouldn't ever have a problem with this. So this note shouldn't need to be there. Yeah, this note shouldn't need to be there. So that's helpful. And then that means we don't need to pass this in, which means we now don't need UI constants. Yeah. Everything else should look good there. Do a filter on the array to determine if there's room to revive, then create a new function that actually does the reviving and cleaning up of the revived battle array. Why though? Hang on a second. Excuse me. Don't you clean up regardless of if you can revive? Clean up what? Oh yeah. The point is if there's okay, so the mushroom won't have this problem, but let's say there's a bat that can revive itself, and let's say it's in a party with a summoner that can summon new things. If the bat disappear, oh, I guess it wouldn't disappear. I guess we don't really have a scenario where that can fail right now. And I guess if it did, then we'd probably make sure that there's always going to be room. Because why would it make sense to revive something otherwise? I guess the real scenario we're going to have is we're going to have a Phoenix boss. What's that going to do? I don't know what that's going to do. You're doing a check in that loop, so if that there's not a case that I think it's what you're saying. Yeah, I think you're correct about that. Yeah. That this could be, wait, no, this would have to be checked every time. I know you're saying we clear this at the end. The idea was that if there's no space, we're not going to ever try reviving them. And that's fine. So yeah, I don't see a problem here. I guess, like I said, there's no real scenario where we shouldn't have space. But yeah. No, I didn't want to delay the revive. I wanted this to just not happen. But like I said, I don't think there's ever going to be a scenario where it wouldn't happen. And let me take a look at the Phoenix boss thing that we had. Because I don't remember what that was supposed to do. Let me get these graphics. Okay, I guess it's just the Phoenix. So yeah, we do have a revive graphic. There are a bunch of different ways we could do this. But because if you're fighting one enemy and it revives itself once or twice or 3 times or something like that, then it's kind of just a battle with multiple waves, effectively. But if they have other summons or something and the goal is to get all of them dead at once, like maybe there could be 3 Phoenix bosses. Yeah, actually that could be kind of interesting. Yeah, that's what we should probably do. Hey, Brainoid. Congrats to you too. I was saying this, but I think we averaged 60 wish lists per day. So it was not the best. But people did start eventually reviewing the demo toward the end. That was pretty nice. I think we got like 6 reviews. What are we up to now? 17 total. Yeah, and I think we started with 10 or 11. Anyway. Spawning a mini golem. Did that not make it in? That is going to be something that we do. But how is that supposed to work? Upon death, summon a mini golem. We need this to not take another battle slot. Oh, it doesn't revive itself after that? Interesting. Yeah, I don't think there's ever a scenario then where we don't have space. Should probably write that down, huh? Yeah. And we check this in 2 different places, although I guess we technically don't have to check it in the first revive call. We don't even check it there anymore. Yeah, there probably isn't a scenario where we don't have space, since a revived battler should have left a dead body on the ground, which counts as a battler slot. Oh, nice, Braino Games. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Hey, Blue Blue. Okay, so getting a Phoenix boss to revive itself, I think, will be a bit of a challenge. We don't have well, we're not even doing this right now, but we don't have a way to play an animation on revive, which we would need to add. And then we need to mark a boss. Actually, maybe it won't be that bad. Yeah, but I really like that idea. I want to write this down. Phoenix. Okay, there's one other tiny problem, I guess. I don't have the graphics open anymore, do I? No. Well, can I reopen this? Here. Okay, so here's let me just copy this. Copy, close, get rid of that, go into GIMP. Okay, so our graphic for the Phoenix is a boss size graphic, which is 2 by 2. And I accidentally opened FL Studio. It'd be nice if we could have like 3 Phoenix bosses together in a battle and you have to kill them all within a certain amount of time, which is going to be very hard for you to orchestrate, I guess. But that's where maybe the Witch Doctor would be good. I'm actually not certain how that would work. Maybe you just need to repeat the battle a lot. Or not use the rogue. Maybe we should have multiple Phoenix enemies in the battle at once. And you have to kill them all within X seconds of one another. Or they revive with more, or they revive maybe even with more damage dealt at that point, but maybe less life. This would cause some complications since we don't really have room for multiple bosses. And we also do some funky positioning. Okay. Yeah, I think we've coded this. There was only one thing I wanted to fix here. I think we had a to-do item in this. Yeah, convert to a dictionary. Listeners to clean up. But this would mean that there's only one listener per thing, which I think was always ever the case that we had. Yeah. All right, well, we can change that in the next commit, I suppose. Yeah, let's look through all the changes. All right, so Heart of the Forest has been added. We got rid of Cleanse. I guess the Cleanse stuff can just be removed on its own. Those. Do we have an effect ID for that? Love having to reload VS Code all the time. Effect ID. Oh, maybe this is a problem with that I deleted it. Yeah, we deleted it from there too. Okay, so where's effect ID then? So check in just this. Yeah, we don't want to check in the other thing yet. And then there should be an ability ID we need to check in as well. This. So this is just remove cleanse from the game. Nothing else should refer to cleanse. But how do we verify that? Git diff rep dash c5 dash I cleanse. That seems to have worked. So if I do git diff staged, it should show stuff. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good. Then we got rid of it all. All right, so remove cleanse from the game. This was never used by anything, and I don't think it's worth keeping around. We might have had an issue that referred to it. No. Yeah, that sort of thing happens a lot, I think, in turn-based games where there are only so many different encounter types you can have, like single strong monster, many weak monsters, and then you're like, all right, well, now we need to get to boss mechanics. So you have like, oh, weaken this enemy to be able to destroy the other one. Like even in Super Mario RPG, I guess the first real fight is against Bowser, and he's on a chandelier, and you have to attack the chain, and that's what teaches you that you can target other enemies. So yeah, this kind of idea of like some bosses have linked life or you have to kill something first, it's definitely been done. I think it could be interesting because you're not directly controlling fights in this game. All right, so that we check in. Now it should just be Heart of the Forest stuff. So that's good. That's good. We've already looked at that in the game. That's good. That is very bad. We do not check that in. This is why we review code. This is all fine. We're going to see a lot of these sorts of changes where all I did is just change the function definitions to allow for passing this in. This is now fine. And I guess I should say, note, we set this to the max value because update, technically I have to put CC ref here. Update while dead is called before on death. Just due to how... Wait, why do we do that, though? Shouldn't we just do it as soon as the character dies? I guess because multiple things could kill him. Due to how the battle system works. I don't even know what's a battle system. What calls on death? This does, yeah. Remove dead battlers. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Actually, this isn't even correct, is it? This should only be done... No, actually, that's fine. That's fine, yeah. Poor job. See, that's an issue. Yeah. Hey, Padada. Yeah, the 39 changes are coming from just the crazy amount of effects that were modified, sort of coincidentally. Where's this here? Drat. Where are my changes I was looking through? These. Yeah. Keep looking. Okay, so that we look through. That's fine. These are all fine. If I miscategorize any of these, it's probably not going to matter. Because the way that I did this is we have the concept of an effect that either persists through death or it doesn't. And the only ones that really matter are effects that can be on the mushroom character, which are none of them. It's not actually none of them, but it's like 3, whereas we had to modify all of them. So if I miscategorize any of them, we'll just probably never know unless those characters can eventually revive themselves. And it's not even worth testing because we don't have that scenario yet. Yeah. Now, if we had automated tests, it'd be worth testing. But we don't. The count, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, looks good. Looks good. This is bad, but I'm going to fix that in the next commit. Honestly, this wasn't too terribly bad. Yeah, now that I'm seeing the code, this looks reasonable enough. Yeah. All right, so we want to check in everything except for town. So I'm just going to click the plus here, and then we're going to click the minus on town rather than having to select a million different things. Add heart of the forest and revives. So this is the first ability that can revive an entity. And what else I have written here? As such, we needed to mark certain effects as being able to persist through death. That way, Mushy could revive with their other abilities effects. Revives only work on adventurers for now, since they don't disappear when dying. Also, as part of changing effects, close call now properly modifies the damage of dying blow. Okay, that's our commit message. What are all the type updates? So effect itself is a base class that now tracks whether or not the effect persists through death, because some have to and some shouldn't. So for example, the warrior has counterattack. The way that this is implemented is actually as counterattack buff, which extends from effect, which basically says on damage taken, there's like a 20% chance to counter. So this is an effect, and when an entity dies, we typically just remove them all, because other things are effects that might not need to persist. So for example, let's say poison. Poison was like every, I don't know, 1 second, take damage. Well, when you're dead, you shouldn't take damage. So we should just remove poison completely, because if you get revived, you probably shouldn't revive with the poison also. Whereas you should revive by still having your counterattack ability. So we could either make it so that we just don't remove these, or that we re-add them after they're alive, or that we don't code them as effects at all. Is there anything else I want to write here? No, this is it. Okay, so now we got to go fix that to do item, which is in battle system. This should be pretty easy to do. I wanted to work from a clean slate here. So this is going to be a dictionary now. Dictionary of health component to a listener. Can we name these things? Can you do that? No. That's too bad. It would be kind of nice to just put a tag there. All right, so listeners to clean up. Now we go iterate over this here. This is actually totally fine. That doesn't even need to change. But this one needs to change. Yeah, because we don't need to do this anymore. So we can say if listeners.try get value. Listener to clean up dot remove HC. Yeah. All right, and then here we just say HC equals on died. There. And that's it. I think that should do it. False to false. Why do all effects need that update? Not all of them needed it. Wherever it's false, I didn't modify all of them. So for example, power buff is temporary. It doesn't persist through death. So we didn't pass an extra thing here. But the effect hierarchy is somewhat involved. There are effects. There are, where did we write about this? There are effects. There are timed effects. Ah, here they all are. There's effect with lifetime, effect with proc interval. So there are 4 different base kinds of effects. So for example, something might only live for 10 seconds. Something might proc every 1 second. Something might have a custom thing that you just write into effect for. And then timed effect is... How's timed effect different from effect with lifetime? Oh, it has a proc interval as well. Yeah. So like these needed to pass into the base class that they don't persist through death by default as well. Now, technically we could have avoided that, but then... Well, actually, maybe not technically. I don't know which effects needed that or not. All right, so that to-do item has been fixed. I did not run this to test it out yet. Let's go test it. I'm going to put you and you and you into a battle. And speed up. So the mushroom died. They should come back in 8 seconds. Yep. Yeah, nice. Looking good. And let's wait for the battle to end. The mushroom may actually come back again. Yeah, they did. They died immediately. Okay. Fix to-do item. I change a list to a dictionary to make it easier to use. All right. I think we've done it. This has now been coded as part of this, which is in a separate branch for now. I guess we could push the branch, hit push, and then go look at it over here, and then just link to that. It's the same commit, right? Yeah, it's the same commit, so commenting should link it. It does. Good. Okay, so this is done. Get revives to work is done. This is done. We need frenzy now. What time is it? It's noon. I mean, I want to get lunch pretty soon. Hang on, let me think of what I'm eating for lunch. How long will it take to make? Oh, I have leftovers. Okay, so it shouldn't take too long. All right, then we can probably try to cram this in before lunch. And that way the afternoon can be left for cleanup, and then maybe we move the marketing stuff, the research at least. Am I stressed? I'm not feeling too stressed. I probably look it for you to be asking that. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I have a lot of context swimming around in my head right now. But like, what did I do that I need to keep track of for future adventures that we're going to make? Also, I will say this. I mentioned this in the past, but I like lots of like dev tasks, but some I can only stand for so long. What we're doing right now is we wanted to add 3 adventurers. And the mushroom was one of them. The golem is another one. And the spirit caller is the last one. Because these are the final 3, they're also the most complex in terms of just class design and then abilities. So for example, we never had the ability to revive before this. That was like the special thing about this one. And then this frenzy ability is going to be something that persists between battles, which we also have never had something like that. So we're adding new features for this character. The golem is also going to have a revive ability, and the rest of it should hopefully be straightforward. But anyway, the reason I started with these couple of things that I can only stand some tasks for so long, adventurers roughly take like 2 days to add to the game, because we have 10 abilities to code, well, to design as well, I guess. So to design and code, and then some of them require new things like revive. I spent pretty much 3 hours on just revive. So one of its abilities took 3 hours. The rest were pretty straightforward. Well, anyway, what that means is we have another 21 abilities to code, and I'd like to get them all done this week. That's the goal for this week. While that's happening, I also want to kick up the marketing campaign, basically, and start emailing YouTubers. So there's just a lot on my mind, but I'm not really stressed by it, I guess. It's more just like what is fun and what needs to be done. And then what we probably need to figure out next week. So Wednesday and Friday, add adventurers / skills journal. And then same thing for Friday here. Yeah, there. And then I think on Monday of next week, or maybe even on Friday this week, is like figure out how we'll involve testers from Discord so that they can try the new adventures. Okay, so let's go code the final ability. Where is it? Frenzy. Every X attacks go into a frenzy and attack Y% faster. Attack 2 targets at once. Blast across battles. Oh man, let me think about this. I don't know if I like this. Attack Y% faster. I don't know how I want to frame this. I'm just thinking about the game design of this for right now. Like the ability that they have is called Spore Cloud, and it's a 7-second cooldown, lots of damage. So how do we want to frame this? We could say like every 10 attacks, do 2 attacks at once. So this would not be attack faster, but that's roughly equivalent to saying you attack, what, 10% faster, I guess? So that would normally take 70 seconds, but this could happen across battles. So like maybe you fight 3 battles and nothing happens, and then your 4th battle is like way faster because you did 2 attacks instead of 1. Alternatively, the way we could make this easier, I guess we could just average out the chance or the time this takes, and then just say there's like a 1% chance on attack to double attack. Then it wouldn't need to track anything across battles. But then it's not a guarantee. Whereas this way is a guarantee. Every 10 attacks, this will happen. You might get 50 attacks and not have it happen, and then 50 attacks where it happens every single time. Well, that's incredibly lucky if that happens. Double attack / hit seems nicer than the attack faster thing. Yeah, I agree with that. I think I'm leaning toward double attack. I just don't know what the condition should be. Leaning toward having an extra attack. Just not sure about the condition. Well, it would be called Frenzy regardless, just to be clear. It'd be Frenzy, attack a second time condition. And I don't know what condition is yet. Condition could be every 10 attacks. Or it could be 3% of the time that you attack. Something like that. Chance that increases per attack until it happens, then reset. I don't think we need to do the increasing thing. If we're going to do every 10 attacks, I think that's fine. Because what you're talking about is essentially what I would call a mercy timer. Like you have a 1% chance that something happens, but there after X times it's guaranteed. And that way you can't be too unlucky. So for example, you might say a 1% chance. After, I think it's what, 61 trials, it'll be 50% chance that it happened already. So you might just say, okay, you know what, it's 61. Let's just say you it's gonna happen. And now you reset that timer and you try again. But I don't think that's necessary for this kind of game because you're probably not even gonna notice that this happens. Because yeah, you're probably just not gonna notice. Everything every 10 attacks, that's fine. Yeah. So what I'm debating on, I'm leaning toward this because then we don't need to code anything special. It's just if 3% chance, do the attack again. It's pretty simple. And I don't know what amount this would have to be, maybe 10%, and maybe it can go up to 20%. Probably super powerful. Yeah, I think this is probably the most reasonable thing. It's easy to understand, it's easy to code. Yeah. Let's at least start with that. If it turns out that that sucks or that's too powerful, well, for one, we could just change the numbers. But yeah, we could totally change how it works, which we're probably never going to do. So let's just go code this. Should be pretty quick. Oh, there are like random spaces in here. All right, so Frenzy is a passive that is only going to affect Spore Cloud. And we're going to change this to say when using Spore Cloud, there is an X% chance that you use it a second time. No, that you use it on 2 enemies. 2 enemies at once. 2 different enemies at once. Okay, so this is now, I just changed how it works. Because instead of using it twice, you need to have 2 enemies in the battle. So if you're ever fighting a boss, this character gets slightly worse. We don't need to say different. It could be the same, but I think stacking animations would look weird. Let's try this. Yeah, let's just try this. Yeah. How long have I been working on this? Since April of last year. So yeah, about 14 months. Yeah. All right, then what did I say here? I said something I wanted to do. Drat, I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, there was Spore Cloud. Yeah, that's what triggered this. Okay, so something else only affects Spore Cloud too, right? What is it? I don't remember what these abilities do. Close Call is, while at less than some amount of life, your power is increased. Well, that's not it. Preparedness. No, that's probably not it either. This one, improved fungal spread. How does this work? Yeah, it's probably this one. Yeah, it is this one. Okay, so let's save this as Frenzy. Let's call it Frenzy. Let's change the description of whatever I wrote here. All right, so this is when using Spore Cloud, there is a chance that you use it on 2 different enemies. Maybe on an extra enemy. Oh, yeah, maybe an extra enemy. Let me rename this. Delete that. So this is going to be the chance header. Chance. Hey, cookies. This is get chance header. I don't remember if we call it chance in any other scenario though. So I just need to look at these and find out what we called it. Chance, yes, we call it chance. That's fine. All right, so we get the chances, proc chance, proc chance. And then this should be Spore Cloud name. All right, so Spore, what? Nope, I already knew what I want to do. Come on, change it. Nice, good. And then we need proc chances. Proc chances aren't even here, but I feel like they should be here. So public static read only list float proc chances. All right, we said 10% and 20%. Honestly, 20% is probably like bonkers, but we'll just try it and see. I actually am kind of curious how this adventure compares to the other ones. In fact, we should write that down at the end of all of this to test this out. Clean up, test the character compared to other characters and see how they fare. Yeah, they may be super overpowered. Rock chances. And then this comes from here. In fact, we don't even need it. Why did I do that? Improve. Why? What? Why did I do that? I probably just copy pasted this from somewhere. Oh, this one needs to be where it is. Oh, that one made sense then. Okay. Sure. Yeah, so how's this look? When using Spore Cloud, there is a chance that you use it on an extra enemy. Okay, so now we got to go modify Spore Cloud. It should be very simple. So it's whenever you use it, and it can be used by many different things. At the beginning of battle, when you die. But I'm going to say Frenzy can't trigger itself. Maybe it can, though. Which would mean there'd be a 4% chance that you use it twice. And then a 0.8% chance that you use it again. Or 3 times, I mean. That's actually probably too powerful. Okay, well, we should change that. We should not let it chain, I think. All right, so users calls usability. Something else calls usability too. Dying blow. So usability is what you figure out all the targets you might target with this. Yeah. All right. So we need to get 2 targets potentially. Int num targets equals will frenzy proc 2, otherwise 1. Frenzy will proc if will frenzy proc equals false. But if I guess we get your frenzy level. Yeah, if frenzy level is greater than 0 and stat computations dot percent chance frenzy proc chances frenzy level, then set it to true. Okay, so now we have the number of targets. Now we need to say get enemy targets, I guess. Is that a function? Get enemy target. Yes, it is. Okay, so we call that. So just put an S here and type in the number, num targets. So now that's a list. Var targets. Type in the var. Okay, so then go through each target and just do this thing. For each node, target, and targets, yeah. And this is a damage multiplier. I guess this can be done up here. And we just do this. This is just if there's a target. I guess if targets that count is greater than 0, then use the animation. Okay, yeah. Let's try it out. So let's make it be 100%. There. And let's go test it. All right. So we're gonna make him invincible, and then we're gonna put him into battle in the volcano. They should never use this because I never gave them the ability. So it takes 7 seconds. They're gonna put their alarms in the ground. They'll attack one thing. They'll do 38 damage. There, yes, 38. Now, if we speed this up, we'll only ever see one thing take damage at a time. Good. Good. Yeah, cool. So this will just continue until they're all dead. Now we're gonna give them the ability. Frenzy. I'm going to get this one. So now it'll always happen. Let's go start the battle again. We should see it hit 2 things. Yep. Yep. And it should always be 2 different things. Yep. And there's... Oh. Wait a second. That overkill thing happened. How did that happen? Oh, that's an innate ability. I clearly don't remember back to Friday. When Spore Cloud kills an enemy, use it again on another enemy for 25% of the regular damage. This effect can keep triggering itself. Yeah, so if there were a lot of enemies in battle, this can get pretty crazy. You know what? Let's increase the power of this character a little bit. That way they do more than 38 damage. So if they attack this one now, I think it'll kill it and then chain the damage onto somebody else. No, it didn't kill it, but the next one will. We just needed to hit that one character. Oh, there we go. Yep. That was the chain. This thing is barely living. It's about to die though. 2/3 chance. I didn't roll it. Well, now I think it's guaranteed to kill them all. Yeah. Didn't do enough damage. All right, this is super cool. This character is just cool. So what if we got everything? What do all these do? Well, less than 25% health, your power is increased. Your first Spore Cloud happens sooner and has more power. Oh, does that trigger Frenzy? Let's take a look. So the very first one should happen quickly and might attack 2 things at once. Yeah, it does. Wow. Wow. Improve the damage dealt to 105% of the damage. Upon dying, use this. After dying, come back to life. And upon dying, increase the power of your allies. So cool. So cool. I really, really like how this character turned out. So the only real way to test this then is to grant a bunch of adventurers and have this one die, hopefully. So put them in with a few other characters. The odds that they die now is probably pretty slim, though, because they're not self-damaging, and they should be. Oh, I have invincibility on. The odds are 0. Let's try that again. All right, they have pretty low life, but I guess it's not that significantly different. It's 166. Oh, wait. Oh, they're level 3, though. So we should make everything level 3. Make them level 3, make them level 3. Who else is in the battle? The mage. Okay, so now everyone's level 3. This one has, like, maxed out everything. Let's send them to here and see how they do in this battle. Yeah, they should be hurting themselves every time they use Spore Cloud, and they're not. I never coded that. That's why they're not doing that. It's not that there's a bug. It's just a to-do item right now. What's their life? 166 versus... This is not as low as it should be. Yeah, we should lower that even more, I think. Prop you up as the original SKELESELLER. Yeah, you know it. Let's do 80% life. Let's really have them be low. And then let's change Spore Cloud to make them damage themselves. We should probably do that separately, though. All right, so we've coded Frenzy. Oh, did I read the tooltip? Where's the tooltip? When using Spore Cloud, there's a chance that you use it on an extra enemy. Yes, except for I have it coded to be very, very, very powerful. So there, that's it. All right. Yeah, that was super fast. Looks good. Looks good, looks good. Okay, so we want this checked in. We want these other files checked in, but we don't want the life value to be checked in yet. Add frenzy ability. Lower Mushy's life. And now the final thing, I think, is to make them damage themselves when they use this. So where does that happen? Oh, I need to say that in the tooltip too. Okay, so how should this work? Slow, does a lot of damage, has recoil damage. So option 1 is flat damage dealt to yourself each time. Option 2 is base damage on the damage dealt. And option 1B is, I guess, like percent damage of your, or percent max life dealt to yourself. And I think I'm leaning toward this. I think I want to say that every time you use the ability, you lose 5% life. Or maybe even more, 10%. So after 10 attacks, you're dead. But then you have all this stuff that synergizes with dying. Yeah, I think I'm leaning toward this. Every single time you use this, you lose 10% life. And if you don't have any abilities, you'll probably use it like 3 times in a battle. So it's like you're starting at 70% life. Even that's not that crazy. Yeah, I like that. So we got to modify the tooltip, and we have to... So 10% damage to self every usage, and then modify the tooltip to say this. Spore Cloud. This is going to be like recoil damage percent. Sure. Okay, so whenever you deal damage, where does that happen? Deal damage. Here. Maybe it's, should it be as soon as you use it or when you deal the damage? Like, does frenzy count as 1 usage or 2? I think it should be whenever you play the animation. Yeah. Which is here. So we do battle.deal damage. All right, the source is going to be you. The target is going to be you. The damage info is going to be a new damage info. So this is going to be based on your life percentage. So float recoil damage equals health component dot, there's no thing for that. Get component health max life times that. All right, target type is single target, damage is direct damage, physical, and it's just going to be the recoil damage. All right, let's try that out. On use on damage feels mean. I mean, this character is based around dying. Like, they have synergies with this. Okay, oh, I never modified the tooltip. Tooltip now needs to say coat an enemy in fast acting spores for this much damage. Oh, so what's our in-world reason for them taking damage when they do this? I could say like your fragile mushroom arms take damage. You damage yourself for recoil damage every time this is used. Recoil damage. This P0. Why? Oops. What am I doing? There. Of your max life every time this is used. Yeah, there. Whoops. All right, how's that look? Coat an enemy in fast-acting spores for 38 damage. You damage yourself for 10% of your max life every time this is used. Yeah. Okay, so let's put them into a battle and just see, is that happening? Their max life is 120, so they should do 12 damage to themselves, and the bat should do 10 to them. So they're taking 10 from the bat, 10, 12. Yeah, I don't really like how that just happened. I think it should be delayed until the attack animation is played. But this can happen. I think we put this here. Yeah. So now Frenzy will affect this. And now this should look slightly more convincing, I think. They put their arms on the ground. And it's not until they do damage to the enemy that they themselves also take the damage, yeah. All right, so it turns out they can't even beat the bat. Maybe they can. Maybe they barely can. Let's see. You won. Yeah, wow. I had 3.5% health remaining. I wonder if they always win. There shouldn't be any randomness, right? You won. I guess there is technically some randomness in how fast the bats attack. When were we skipping the delay? In the case where it's a chained attack. Fungal spread. I think that's what does it. So when it kills an enemy, use it on another enemy. So we don't wait the 0.4 seconds then. So yeah, chaining it shouldn't cause you to damage yourself. That'd be bad. Okay, so I want to try this in a battle with a couple other adventurers and see how they fare. So we're not going to give them any skills yet. Let's just send 3 adventurers into the volcano. So this, and this. Whoops, I have this set to super fast still. All right, so they won in 18.8 seconds. So now let's try with the archer there instead. So it's 18.8, and now it is 14.6. So they do worse at level 1. Although their healing time would lower because they immediately heal at full. But they're not going to be level 1. Let's set it to level... No, let's not even set it to level 2. Let's just unlock all the skills and give them something here. What? No, these are that good, I think. What did I even just give them? Frenzy, so they have a 10% chance to attack faster. So if you get lucky now... So now it's 15 seconds. So that's pretty good. 17. 16. They're not the only ones with some randomness. 19. Okay, so what if we got rid of this and gave them Dying Blow instead? Because probably more often than not, they're dying. 19. 16. 18. 18. I don't know. We probably need to balance this character. And what about if we gave them this 20% power bonus to both the other adventurers? Would that make them better? I think they're dying toward the end of the battle, so it's not really helping. Yeah, they're dying toward the end. If they died first, which could happen, it's just random and it's not happening. Yeah, it's not happening. Okay, fine. Well, then that's dumb. What else can we give them? The revive isn't going to matter. The battles just don't last for that long. I guess we might need to change this. So the revive delay, maybe it's like the revive delay is always 4 seconds or something. But I don't know. A little concerned he's not going to be viable for longer fights. No, in longer fights he can revive himself. And this can just keep happening. And he's got 2 different things that can happen on death. So you could get this to level 3 and then this and this. And so now he's a dying build. Revives every 8 seconds, uses his ability on dying, powers up your allies on dying. Yeah. Could even have more power on that. Let's take a look. I mean, they won't actually revive him here. But yeah, if we put him into this battle, now he should die pretty quickly. And I guess if we had a tank in here, so like let's say we put in the Witch Doctor and the Paladin. So now he should revive himself. No, they're all dying. They're just too weak. We gotta like level them up a little bit. Level them all up to 2. Still not great, huh? I mean, what level is this place? This is level 2. Technically, you shouldn't have these adventures though. That might make them do a little bit better. Well, anyway, like I said, we need to balance this. How many times are you allowed to revive? Infinitely. I mean, at some point you're limited by how long battles will last before all your other party members die. But yeah, if you just have a, I don't know, you have a cleric that's doing so much healing. Like let's say we put this at level 2, gave him this, and then put the cleric in, I guess. They should win this fight. Oh, they also grant haste. And they're like always going to heal the mushroom character now, which is probably a bad idea. Yeah, they won, but it took 43 seconds. And if we just had, we got rid of this, this, and this, and put in the archer, mage, and rogue, and then level them up and gave them their abilities, and then restarted the battle. So instead of taking 42 seconds now, it's probably going to take much less. Yeah, 22. So the question is the mushroom character even helping right now? So it was 22 seconds. We try that again. Now it's 25, but they have all of their skills and they shouldn't. Yeah, 25 again. So we cut out all of their skills. Oh, they don't have all of their skills. Well, no, they do. Yes, they would only have one. So now it should be a much slower battle. Not really. Pretty much just saying that the mushroom character isn't really doing a lot. Oh, well, we'll figure it out. We'll balance the stuff eventually. Okay, looks good. Looks good. Looks good. They're doing their best. Add recoil damage to, what's it called? Spore Cloud? Yeah. Okay, so I just said they should not have an animation delay when dead and fungal spread is activated. It looks weird. Is that happening? I think I meant Spore Cloud. Dying Blow. Let's put a point in this and see what's going on. And then cut this out and make them go to here. And hopefully they'll die. Yeah. If there is a problem, I can't see it. And I don't really care. So yeah. I'm gonna go get lunch. It's 12:30. I took one break. It's been 4 hours. Yeah, I'll get lunch. I'll come back after about an hour. What's for lunch? I think there's leftover fried rice from yesterday. Yeah, thank you all for watching. If you want to check out SKELESELLER, here's the Steam link. The demo is available. It will not have this mushroom character. This is going to be like a full launch mushroom character. We got 17 whole reviews on here. Slowly building up Steam. Yeah, I hope you all have a nice break too. Thanks for watching so far. I'll be back in a bit, and we'll keep working on adventurous stuff probably. Maybe do some marketing stuff. See ya.